Good morning again, colleagues. We did reach around. Unfortunately, there's not a bigger enough space where we can meet this morning, but tomorrow we can we can move the meeting over to INDOT tomorrow in the conference room. I know that it's going to take a while to fix the HVAC for the heating in here. So tomorrow morning we can set the meeting over at INDOT. Thank you, colleagues, for your patience. I know we had some electrical issues here. We also have Navajo TV. We are live streaming right now. So this is the Naa'bik'iyati Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council work session. It is Navajo Nation Council Chambers here in Winter Rock, Arizona. Today's date is December 4th. However, our agenda is open all the way to the 7th to 9 a.m. So we can recess any time of the day or any time of the week, but as long as we keep our work session from December 4th to the 7th. So just for that announcement. And we did take roll call. I didn't receive any excused absences except for the HESI committee. They will be meeting at 10. So they'll be coming back and forth into this meeting. However, roll call is open, and we do have 11 present here within the council chamber and also with myself. As we know, to the Navajo public who are listening, we are back in person. So council is back in person. However, during work sessions, we do allow time for our colleagues who are on Zoom or online to ask questions, and also for presenters to be online as well if it's harder for them to travel out to Winter Rock. But the purpose, we will go straight into the purpose following after we go into order. As mentioned, we do have 11 here within the council chamber, and we can begin this work session at 9:49 a.m. Kuro Shiyaj, Honorable Yanito, could you help us with the invocation this morning?
Kudeo Jonole, now Stanjama, Yadakishitra, Kudea Tini, Dada Yirid and Sozi, Da which da wait lay, Kone Dagodon das Auda Sugonigani, Quanat Anedan Danin Lao, One Asa Lebe Nash Kone, Asananitle, Aro Kone. Beso to the door in low corny yard elbe. Nasen hid a nay can out in or lady in the Yequela. As a nasi claim. Jonago ea beso to the deal in Lazas when he jewel yagi. Tola aba oho. Jonobe teach to yard ewa in Hada is the Nebendas, Anjopa in the yard of teacher. They be he can't be hitched because it nasibe. Ya what 8 or late in the year. Naronden, Najonogo e Bedanito Haton Nas, Venchida do Haton de Shimbito Hashin hide this Kagoyat obey. Being Hayat hot elo lepin yekode. Been a nice condo lately wag agenda source get okodo. Not uninit lenid atlan seats in it okodo ni speaker. Alonzi Altigi, Christine Curly Dole, Godo 25th Navajo Nation Council Nate Lenigi. I don't the president he does Edo con Edo also Ishi. But that he also con office in Dalton show Yego, Najan the Nayajo, Anjanon Saki, so that a penny law cart or that even Yadin ha is Nibin Nachiat or corner. The Barnard Nate and Lenigona. Ado penado jiyan don hijoda laido hya ya do no san ne yan sel kin lo jono yan be intraya da hot edo be il da jon do le lo na in jono be huit a lo le ego ya ko do in salan ya sesen so das na rabe al at eli kon be I ga nan lo da huit da huit le ego do na ya ego jono una Pasadi cosido benadit alviadil tiegin jon alcins nole alcialtil joan odoshiche jon con ishin beda don elin habe ke awin laro leota ea don so the zanyat ya shoni kodo pa jon en josh laro le ojonasling
Echehat Shiash Kodo, so the Zen Kain Lagido, Kodoshi and Junoko, Benahuit Alto Lel. Again, good morning to my colleagues and also our visitors, our Navajo Nation executive directors, our staff that are here. Thank you for taking the time to be here at our work session. We did call the meeting to order at 9:46 a.m. and now we are on number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Colleagues, are there any acknowledgements this morning? Second call. Third call, we keep on going forward. Number 3, work session overview. As I mentioned this morning, this work session is scheduled throughout this week to Thursday, so Monday through Thursday. We may end early, or if we do need additional time, we can also help extended dates as well, or into another future date. Thank you for being part, and the purpose of this work session. And I know each of my colleagues and also the Navajo Nation departments, Office of the President and Vice President, we have a very, very critical timeline ahead of us, especially in regards to the ARPA dollars. And we have many of our standing committees that have been working closely with the Controller's Office, with OMB, with the FRF office. So those constant communications have been ongoing, and also with other committees in regards to Land Department, Division of Community Development, veterans. So constantly the discussions and also the dialogue has been ongoing with the council and within our standing committees in regards to the ARPA dollars. Now we're at this really critical time where we're coming back together. I know each of us don't have the opportunity to attend all the standing committee meetings, but this meeting, this work session is set for that, where we get to exchange information that others might not have, and also by committees. And I know Budget and Finance have been getting updates almost every week on the ARPA dollars, so this is the opportunity for them to share also their recommendation and their input. And alongside with the HESI committee in regards to veterans, and then also in regards to resources and development, a lot of the ongoing discussions regarding bathroom additions, home site leases. And so there's multiple moving pieces when we talk about ARPA. So this work session is set to identify where we are all at, and what are the timelines looking at, what is the encumbrance rate, what is obligated, what is not obligated, So this is that time, colleagues, to get refamiliarized with the whole process as a whole, as a comprehensive approach. So that is the goal of this work session. Another critical piece of this work session is also looking at the timelines of each section. So if you do look at the resolution for the ARPA, there's different sections, and what are the encumbrance rate and what is not being used, and if are those projects in reality to those timelines. So this is the time to see where those projects are at, and what are each of the divisions and all the oversights, what are their challenges of trying to expend these dollars. If there is need for any policy amendments, changes, streamlining, and this is the place for it to make those types of recommendations. So we do have our Office of Legal Services here, Jalissa, who will be continuously updating the board of any recommendations or to-do lists. So if there is, so she'll be the official recorder of taking those types of notes. And we'll also have the Office of the Speaker, Sanlatsa Jim, who will also be here and keeping track on some of those recommendations or policy amendments that do need to happen. So our deadline, I'm forecasting to winter session. So we do have winter session during the 4th week of January. Audit na ol kitleto. Hatin la ko agin he behas anin ta dog sto di tinto bento anish da needs in a ko. So this is that perfect opportunity to start putting those amendments into draft forms and putting them into legislations, moving them through the standing committees. And so those are some things to keep in mind, colleagues. And most of all is really identifying the challenges too. What are each of our sections, each of our departments, what are their challenges? And what are also their internal recommendations that they can present to council as well. So we really do have a top-heavy agenda, and it may not be enough time in the day, but at least we are starting that discussion. And this won't be the only ARPA work session that we'll be hosting. So following after winter session, there will be another one as we move towards being in line with the timelines that we are working with. So I really do appreciate Chair Shondine Parrish, who will be here and also assisting with us as chairing the discussion as well. So she does have firsthand knowledge on a lot of the accounts that are moving through budget and finance. And we also have Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson with the Resources and Development Committee to also provide input on what the committee has been working towards. So that's a brief overview, colleagues, and you're more than welcome to ask any questions on definitions, and if there are need to add any other presenters for clarification, and we can help assist with that and getting those people on contact and provide presentations as well. Okay, we're going down to number 4, review of resolutions. The review of resolutions will provide 25th Council a clear understanding of legislative actions taken relative to Navajo Nation ARPA. First, we have ABFS 31-21. This is the eligibility determination. And we can have the Navajo Nation Department of Justice and also Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Office. Please join us here at the presenters table. And if you do have presentations, I know Mr. Patera always has presentation already prepared. We can also share that on the screen. For your information, for our chapters and for our constituents who are listening online, we do have Navajo TV here who will be recording a whole session, and that will be uploaded on the Fiscal Recovery Office Fund Office website, so it can be accessed anytime to refer back to questions. So with DOJ, we have Mr. Roger Begay, and then with the FRF office, we have Mr. Tom Platero. Staff, if you could, once you get onto the record, you can state your name and also the department you work with, and then we can start off first with Department of Justice, and then we'll move over to Mr. Patero.
Madam Chair and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Roger Brigade, I don't know, Slinigi, Twitconja Naston, being between a Bush's Chin, Kiani, a Chedo, Sitnajini, a Dashanelle, do I got it with the nation for a very long time, and currently the Assistant Attorney General for the DOJ chapter unit. And unfortunately, our colleague Mel Rodas couldn't be here with us today. He's on travel, personal travel, and he's essentially our guru for ARPA, as you know, many of you know. And so I'm here to provide as much information and any legal insights that you might have today. So I'll hand it over to Mr. Curley.
Go see here. Yad a benishinat ani do share ya he should the Renzo Curley a dash sushi na shadow a ya he cheaters I what yes and Arizona other a cashed I shouldn't I cause Hania Lamarda Ezra Department of Justice I need a additional chapter unit just Nishnige don't Nishnige on the Ranish but on a Bashin Kia or the Shade or Tachidi Dashanada could I hate an nation. Other she could hand I so she could Hanagi I get your Nish. Mr.
Good morning, Naa'bik'iyati Committee. She Tom Platero and she touching in snow. Tobaj Aji Bashin, Bitani, Dasha Dashanala. I emailed all of the resolutions early this morning. We're trying to get it all out to you yesterday, but we had to find some more of the federal ones. There was a recommendation from DOJ to include certain ones in there on an email earlier that we had to track all of those ones down. So I wanted to make sure that to send you all of the rules. Most of the time when people talk about rules and regulations, it's when they're trying to get to sleep at night and they have to read something. So this should be interesting. But I did want to go on ahead and jump right in. The first resolution is the BFS 3121, which was a resolution that was passed by the Budget and Finance Committee. The heading was an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund application procedures, forms, and expenditure plans template pursuant to CJY 4121. In this case, CJY 4121, the way I describe it is so when you deal with funds with the Navajo Nation, you have to give it some sort of title, give it a name, Fund Management Plan Haloya. So CJY 4121 set that up. Based on so BFS 3121 is just the process where you say this is eligible to use ARPA dollars. So again, BFS 3121 on the resolution, page 4 of 6 underneath section 3. Basically, it's set up what I call five paths to getting the eligibility determination completed. And I think I talked to several of the delegates. It's a little bit different than other appropriations that you do In this instance, what you have to do is you have to have an eligibility determination completed first. AAL resolution hadal ihingi a beso chede do taligi a bahas eligibility determination these are the forms to get into DOJ. Okay, so the first one is the Navajo Nation government units. This is any tribal department, division, program, social services, economic development, Department of Justice, judicial branch, any one of those that work within the tribal government. Again, they would use what I call Path 1, which is the Exhibit 1. The next one is the non-governance certified chapters. The way they worded it, when we got out to the chapters, everybody kind of names it differently. Certified chapters, self-governance chapters. The ones that aren't certified, they would use the Exhibit 2. Exhibit 3, certified chapters is that process. Out of the Exhibit 4 is the Navajo Nation entities. This is like arts and crafts, gaming, all of the enterprises that you work with. All of those guys will fall underneath this one. Arasage, external entities. They is kind of like sandstone housing, Elevate Navajo. There's a Tuba City Hospital submitted through here. Rama Alamo School Board submitted through here. So everybody that doesn't fall in any of the other categories, they go underneath this section. So that one is there. So the first one that you will go to is the Exhibit 1, which is attached to the resolution. So the first one, again, is for non-governance certified chapters. Section 1 is the introduction. Section 2 is eligibility uses for fiscal recovery funds. Again, this ties back into the definition that's underneath the federal guidelines at the time that this was done. One of the things that you need to be familiar with is Treasury guidelines are now in version 13. When we reported to Budget and Finance like 2 or 3 weeks ago, remember I told you they were in version 12? Since that time, they've updated the eligibility determinations again. And that's where I'm going to be relying on the Department of Justice to kind of see how we can migrate between what the legislations were done at the time they were approved and the current regulations that make changes. It's difficult to follow all of the processes because Nihijo, we have our rules, and then federal Joe, they have their rules. Sometimes, which is more relevant to the situation. So that's a difficulty in administering the ARPA money. The federal side keeps changing. The rules that apply keep changing. The eligibility determination categories that were underneath the original resolution was 66 categories. There's now 88. But the original resolution that had those attached don't have the correct attachments to it. A lot of the subrecipient agreements that were processed have the old Treasury guidelines under there. So we have to somehow update all of those ones to say, this is the rules that when we started, this is where we are now. So that's been part of the difficulty of all of this, is how do we keep up with everything that's changing? I believe that they added in 3 additional usage for these that aren't in our legislation things, but those are eligible underneath the ARPA side of it, underneath the Treasury guidelines. So that's just an example of one things where it was current at that time. Has on in federal Navajo Nation resolutions. So that's probably one of the recommendations that we would work with our legal, with legislative council, is how do we match up and keep updating those without having to go back to council and say, let's repass this resolution, because it's happening pretty fast and furious. So when these were done, I think these were on version 2 or 3 of the Treasury guidelines. Now we're at version 13. So that's going to be one of the difficulties in trying to get this one done. So that's at section 2, page 1 of 8. Section 3 is the definitions. And then this talks about meanings, interpretation, capitalized terms. It talks about administrative oversight. The administrative oversight is when you're doing your eligibility determination, there's a line within that to say who's going to administer it for you within the tribe. So right now, the administrative oversights are Office of the President, Vice President, Community Development has a whole bunch of them, Water Resources, Division of Natural Resources, Broadband Office has some of them. So all these ones, in the reports that I send you guys, there's a column in there that says who the administrative oversight is. One of the things that need to be, that we've had to, that we've struggled with and tried to work with this is we try to go in and help get these funds expended. But what happens eventually is that ARPA, you help administer the funds, but you see administrative oversight. So that's where the difficulty of it. Like when we started trying to do the chapter subrecipient agreements, we started out trying to facilitate that whole process. Along the way, the Department of Justice advised us that you need to let community development process those subrecipient agreement things. Administrative oversight. So it's really difficult to try to understand chapters that can show the oversight stay out. But somehow we have to work through that process where that it has to be kind of a joint venture and having people support each other. So that's the administrative oversight. ARPA is just the America Recovery Plan Act of 2021. ARPA regulations are the Treasury guidelines. Again, there's multiple rules, and I emailed you that. That's the email 3 of 3, as all of the federal rules that, not all of them, some of the federal rules that are directly outlined for ARPA. You have your tribal rules here, your ARPA rules here, and then you have your federal rules here that apply to federal funding. So I'm working right now with a contractor that we're trying to get on board. I need to run it back by the controller to provide us the financial rules that apply to the ARPA side of it. So there is a section within the subrecipient agreements for that training. I want to make sure that all 24 of the delegates are involved in that. It's a Navajo contractor. We had submitted it originally with a non-Navajo contractor, but when we got to the Department of Justice with that contract, we're like, did you go to all of the applicants that are in there? And we said, with this one we didn't. So between the time that we started it and the time we're going through the 164, there was a Navajo contractor that was added in. So remember the regulatory list? So everything that we did on that side, we had to go back and redo again because even that list changes. So when we went through the first bid process, it was this, and then when we went to go contract it, when it got to DOJ, at that point, the listing that was on the priority 1 and 2, there was a new vendor on there, so we had to scrap everything and go back to the original one that's in there. So that's where the enforcement of the rules comes in. You know, everything is shifting. It's just not stagnant. You know, it's kind of like you think you have it all done, and then it's kind of like remodeling, I think. You know, you try to get the far, then you see it, and they're like, I kind of don't like that paint, I want to change it. So it keeps evolving. So those are the ARPA regulations. The next one is the comprehensive funding request, which is basically all of the documents that are in here. CJY 4121 is the where ARPA, Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund, Biliganak at your federal J ARPA olya, Kwajaatanek at your a Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund office nanolya. It's kind of like Washington DC to Washington. So that's the difference in the CJY 41. Delegate is you guys, the division are the executive branch ones, DOJ's Department of Justice, Fiscal Recovery Fund or Fund FRFA, the FRF budget revision request form is part of the forms that are within the budget instruction manual. One of the things that you have to remember is underneath CJY 4121, when council approved it at that time, they said we would abide by all federal and tribal regulations, policies, and procedures. So even though even this document itself is a little bit strange, because in BFS 3121, when you do the budget, it only asks for budget form 1. But when you try to set up the budgets, then you have to go back in there and do budget form 1, budget form 2, budget form 3, if there's personnel, budget form 4, budget form 5. So even though the procedure, the approved process says just budget form 1, to actually complete the whole process, you have to have all of the budget forms. And that's coming back in regulations, the policy, budget instruction manual, it's an approved policy. So all of those forms apply there. Does that make sense? So even though in the application of it, we still have to abide by all of these other rules that are there. We went through this whole thing of really understanding how to process a chapter subrecipient agreement. So then somebody will come back and got the quite change on the slick to try to get it done. So it's been very difficult to try to get people to say, remember that game, something about millionaire, or is that your final answer? Is that your final answer? Not that you can and another week or two later, and that the got been on this, so the account number and that. So every time somebody within that process changes, if there's a new person that comes in, if there's a different attorney that's reviewing it, the whole thing can change again. So that's the difficulty of it. Trying to get it done is trying to get everybody to get to that point of, is that your final answer? Yes. But when you start going into the process of it, the actual getting it through is a difficulty of it. So that's Fiscal Recovery Fund, FRF budget revision. Expenditure plan is basically the forms. Again, here underneath page 2 of 811, it says just budget form 1, but in actuality, we're requiring all of the forms because those ones are needed. And it's really hard for the chapters to understand, because chapters are used to doing a certain way when they're doing their chapter budgets. Because it's federal, maybe. What they're saying is, and the way I understand it is, budget at 6, explain it at 7. So what I mean by that is, say you're budgeting $1,000 for supplies. What they want you to do is break down that $1,000 into the different types of supplies. $100 for janitorial supplies, $100 for non-cap assets, $100 for janitorial supplies, $100 for operating supplies. That $100 underneath the janitorial supplies, then you have to take that $100 and come up with another formula that says 10 purchases at $10 per purchase equals $100. So it rolls up from the general to the specific, then those specifics are then broken down into each one of those individual ones. So that was why we had such a difficult time getting all of those budgets set up, was we had to get the understanding of, this is how you want it. Chapters budget budget form 1, the budget form 4, FRF had to go back in and readjust all those calculations for them. We didn't want to send it back to the chapter, because chapters, some of them have so it's really different depending on which chapter you work with. So it's really difficult. Just even setting up that budget is all of the stuff that we had to go through with that. So that was the budget form. And the expenditure plan is the forms that are there. Funding recipient means a Navajo Nation government, whoever got the money, the funding request or funding request package is the document itself. The initial eligibility determination. this is the part that you really need to understand is the initial eligibility determination, IED, those are all done by Department of Justice. And that's Mr. Rodas and his team there. We've seen different attorneys do that, and I believe they also outsource part of it. So all of that, council, budget and finance, budget and finance, Department of Justice, eligible or not eligible, remember for the longest time that people were like, roads aren't eligible, But what they don't tell you is nobody submitted a road fund project for eligibility determination until one of the chapters did. I believe it was Chinle chapter that first did a road project, and they got an eligibility determination. So a lot of it is just, it's kind of like, oh shit, that they need. When in actuality, nobody ever really submitted an eligibility determination for it. So a lot of it is just people, what they think is going to be the answer. In reality, Department of Justice has said deemed non-eligible, I think less than 10 out of the over 700 that have been submitted. I think they're probably hitting close to 800 eligibility determinations that have been done. The difficulty is DOJ at some point could say, packet submitted, explain to me a little bit more. So that's where they send it. That's where the number is. There's like 90 or something of those that are still outstanding, where DOJ says, we need to understand it to issue the eligibility determination. Chapters or some even the entities or divisions, departments, they're taking that we need more information as a no. So they're not responding back. Does that make sense? It's kind of like, remember you get an incomplete on your class and your professor says, elaborate a little bit more on this section and write a little bit more, explain it more here. So that's the difficulty of it. So you really have to hand it to DOJ, because they've for 99% of those, they are within the 10 days of issuing those eligibility determination. It's the ones where they're asking for more information that go beyond the 10 days. But they've got it down to a really good science over there, and they do a lot of good work trying to do those eligibility determination things. And then this number 17, obligated. This one has gone through several iterations since the beginning. Originally, it was a subrecipient agreement, had the rules that said if you give it to this chapter through a subrecipient, then that chapter also has to have the encumbrance by a certain date. Treasury just updated that within the last month to say at the point that you enter the subrecipient agreement, you've met the requirement for the encumbrance or obligation of it, which means that that money is then available to December 2026. Before it wasn't, now it is, and so they're adjusting all of those ones in there. The other one that I'm hoping that DOJ really elaborates on is there's some rule changes as far as the implementation of the administrative costs, particularly as it relates to personnel and operating costs that are going through there. I was out all of last week, and so I missed those meetings, so I'm hoping that that they'll be able to explain all of those that are coming in. But I do know that they are working with the Office of Legislative Counsel to come up with amendments. Hopefully those will come up before the winter session in January. The next one is the OMB, Office of Management Budget, OOC, Office of the Controller, OPVP, Office of the President, Vice President. This is page 4 of 8. And then the Oversight Committee, the majority of these is Naa'bik'iyati Committee. I haven't seen any others that have gone there. All of the ARPA legislation have gone directly to Naa'bik'iyati and then Council. There was a change in the next resolution. BFM, I left out one resolution that I should put in here. I'll make sure to get it to you guys. It's the resolution that changed where the approval of chapter regional expenditure plans, that authority is now given to council, not Naa'bik'iyati as opposed to council. Everything else still has to go back to council, but for the chapter eligibility determinations, the final authority on those, and that's the one that you passed and the president signed into law for those ones. President of the Navajo Nation procedures means these Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds procedures for Navajo Nation government units. Project is just capital project services activities by the unit. Then the next one is Section 4, preparing a request for fiscal recovery funds. A is working with the branch chiefs or division directors. The required forms are Appendix A, which is the FRF request form and expenditure plan. 2, FRF expenditure plan budget, Appendix B. Again, this is all the forms, Navajo Nation budget form 1, 2, 3, 4, and in some instances 5. The comprehensive funding request for government units by branch, for the legislative, judicial, executive, by division, executive branch. On these ones, it's pretty interesting the way that they wrote it is the people that can sign it are the branch chiefs or division directors. So you kind of have, it's in a reversal of how you guys have to sponsor legislation, which your eligibility determination, a branch chief or a division director has to sign off on it before it goes to the Department of Justice, okay? Authorization to submit appropriate branch chief or division director or the president in the case of multiple funding requests. That's D. Underneath Section 5, expedited review process. Again, the funding request goes to Department of Justice, the DOJ review. They have their forms. All of those are available online. The expedited time completed within 5 days. I thought it was 5, but like I said, DOJ's been doing a really good job with that. After the review is completed, ineligible, again, there have been very few ineligible determinations. F is the resubmittal of the funding request. This is the part where we're having difficulty. People don't seem to be wanting to submit additional documents for it. So there's a lot of good projects out there. And the way I try to explain it is, people are like, I have this really great project that I want to do. I say, eligibility first, appropriation next. So everything hinges on getting that eligibility determination completed. The preparation for approved legislation, all of this has been run through. We try to help as much as we can getting a packet together. Remember all the big booklets that we have, you guys, from our office to yours. Cecilia from Legislative Council has been doing a really good job tracking all of those ones, particularly when we started reversing those ones out. Say a delegate was like, I want to give $100,000 to the bathroom additions. And then they're like, oh, I don't shut your bathroom addition, but that. So what they said is, I want to take that 100,000 back out. So we have a lot of delegates that are doing that. What delegates need to understand is that after the legislation is done, if that account number has already been set out, there's a whole process that we have to go through to get that K number de-obligated. Does that make sense? That's K account, but K deo. Auto legislation, no, there's a process to take that 100,000 that was for that project and put it back to 0. So that's the one that FRF has been facilitating that for all of the chapter subrecipient agreements. There have been 2 underneath the administrative support cost budgets. Washington DC office returned about $5 million under the executive branch, and EPA returned $4 million. So there's about $9 million that was offset. So the process that we use under the administrative budget is the same process that we have to use for the chapters to do all of those ones. Preparation of approved legislation, final eligibility determination by council, the president. Section 6 is implementing expenditure plans reporting requirements. This is the notification to the funding recipient. This is the way that we look at it is, this is the transmittal letter that comes from OMB. The business unit is set up by OMB. Budget information required shall be available only after the budget submits approved budget forms. Right here, if you look on page 7 of 8, section 6C, it says awarded funds shall be made available only after the funding recipient is appropriated on budget forms as required by OMB. So within that section is where all the other budget forms came in. We did work with Department of Justice on a few applications just to hold up so we don't hold up the eligibility determination where they did accept it, which is the budget form 1. But for the most part, we've come to standard practice to have all the budget forms included in there. Again, administrative oversight, providing documents and required reports. This is one of the things that I, quite honestly with you, we've been trying to catch up with so many different things. We are working, at the end of the agenda, you have a section on reporting. We are working on setting up a web-based reporting system where the recipient, the individual getting the money, will submit a report. The administrative oversight will submit a report. The financial reports that are generated by the ARPA Finance Office, the reports that are going to be generated by the ARPA monitoring section, which is Lisa's section, and the report that comes in from the technical side, which is the engineering, those will all be in there. And contractors, the recipient chooses to have their reporting in there. It's just basically saying, what's going on there. The two items that we're looking at are percentage of the budget expended and percentage of the project completed. So it would be the recipient who got the money, the administrative oversight, the 3 units within the FRF unit, and the contractor if they so want to add it in there. And all of it will be updated so that when you look at your specific projects, one of the things is we are now going to be hitting over 500 for the chapter projects. So altogether, the ARPA could essentially hit over 600 business units when all of the ARPA money is set up. Reversion of funds, it's just basically if you don't spend your money by December, if you don't have it obligated by December 31, 2024. Monitoring and oversight, this is the section again where we're working on it. One of the things that I was really pleasantly surprised with is we went to go visit the first one that got it. Remember back during the flooding that was happening in Chinle, I processed a emergency subrecipient agreement for them, 4 of their projects. We went to go visit them. They're doing pretty good. I was really impressed by how well that they're spending their money. One of them, they've already completed their equipment, and then the other one is they were told by somebody, they won't tell me who, but they're like, that money is for 4 years. You already spent your money for the first year, so you can't spend the other one. So the idea is spend it quickly, get it out, and get those things closed out. So there was only 2 adjustments that they had to make. In the CJN 2922, there's a section that covers that you can't give another hardship out. Remember that section? So what they were doing is they were reporting it as assistance. And I was like, you can't, because that could be interpreted as another hardship. So it was for housing, housing renovations. So what they did is they moved it into another account that says housing support or something like that. So it's just little things like that that they were in. And the other one was they had in the original expenditure plan, they had put for the there's a Burnham or something dam thing, a project that they're doing. What they did is they didn't include the equipment they were using to do those repairs. So I said, go on ahead and submit an updated eligibility determination and make sure that that equipment is in there, because it's a slight variation from the original intent that didn't have equipment in there because of the cost of the equipment. So those were the only 2 adjustments that we had to do with Chinle chapter on that one. So that one was pretty good. Okay? And then you have attached to it the Appendix A, which is the form you have to fill out. Again, this is available online. PDF file that's fillable. And then the signatures, the eligibility categories, and that is basically Exhibit 1. Exhibit 2 is they're pretty much all of the same. Exhibit 2 is the non-government certified chapter. Exhibit 3 is the government certified chapter. Exhibit 4, again, is the Navajo Nation-owned entities. And Exhibit 5 is the external entities. So the language is relatively the same across all of those things in there. The only difference was the requirement for resolutions. The requirement for resolutions was revised underneath BFMY 08-23, where the chapter resolution isn't required. There are still signatures. The forms were updated to say that a chapter official signs it. So we tried to make it as least restrictive with that as possible, and that's for the certified and the non-certified chapters. the entity, if they have a board, they have to get a resolution from their board. And then the other entities, if they have a board, they need a resolution from there as well. So that, in a nutshell, is basically BFS 3121 and BFMY 0823. I apologize if I went really fast, but it's a lot of information to cover. But once you go through it, about 20 times, then it kind of gets repetitious and you're like, okay. But every time you read it, you'll discover something new with it, and you're like, oh, I didn't know that was there, So even though we've worked with it all this time, I think we're trying to get it all together. But the difficulty, like I said, is the changes that come underneath the Treasury guidelines, and then the updates on the legislative side to try to get the Navajo Nation resolution to keep up with the federal changes that are coming down. Madam Speaker?
Are there any additional comments from DOJ? Okay, Mr. Brigay.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, 25th Navajo Nation Council, I just wanted to go over the 7 categories of eligibility. And so this is what DOJ does, is when a request for ARPA is submitted, we evaluate and see, does it fall within one of this, originally it was just 4 categories, but there's now 7. And we get this from, the first 4 we get from Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan Act. And so the fiscal recovery funds, the first one is it needs to respond to the COVID-19 public health emergency and negative economic impacts, including assistance to households, small businesses and nonprofits, and or to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, hospitality. Now, as Tom alluded to, assistance to households, that is eligible under category number 1, but we as a nation have curtailed that under the 2022 legislation. And then the second category is, when you're submitting, is does it aid or respond to workers performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency by providing premium pay to eligible workers? And I can give you an example about that here in a bit. And then category 3 is providing governmental services to the extent of the reduction in Navajo Nation revenue due to COVID-19 public health emergency relative to revenues collected in the most recent full fiscal year prior to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Number 4, does your request make necessary investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure? Those were the first original 4, and then through the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023, they added 3 more. And so number 5, does your request provide emergency relief from natural disasters or the negative impacts of natural disasters? Number 6, for projects eligible under the 26 service transportation programs specified in the 2023 surface transportation projects. Number 7, projects are eligible under Title I of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974. So obviously the federal Treasury guidelines have been issued, and here at DOJ we have several attorneys who are assigned for review to review these initial eligibility determinations. And originally, there was a 5-day deadline, but through the FRF amendments, that has increased to 10 days. But what we found is we're averaging about a 6-day turnaround. And the reason for that is we have sort of a quarterback here at DOJ. One of our administrative service officers, Brittany So, when we get a request in, she basically spreads the work out, spreads out the workload, so that we're not one attorney is too overly worked, and so so that we can meet deadlines. And so that again, different attorneys and different DOJ units are trained for these initial eligibility determinations. And so sometimes when we get a lot of requests, it's kind of like all hands on deck. And so a lot of us will just, those of us that have been trained, we get in and just try to hammer out all of the requests we get, if we get those in lump sum. To date, there have been 704 requests for ARPA funding and projects. And some of these can be multiple. So it's not just 704 requests, it's just 704 initial eligibility determinations. And then those 704, they don't even include the ones that have been resubmitted. So sometimes we send back for more information and so forth, and then when it gets resubmitted, and it can be resubmitted up to twice, then it's all counted within that 704 number. And then going through some of the recent stats here, and I'm just going to touch on the delegate region plans. A total of 545 as of yesterday. 484 have been deemed eligible. 59 still requires additional information. And I'll give you an example here in a bit. And then 2 have been deemed not eligible. And when we're deeming them not eligible, it can't be, the funding can't be benefiting just one person. And then, so, that it has to be helping the community. And so that has affected one request. And then it has to be impacted by, like I said, one of the categories is impacted by the COVID-19. So, in one situation, there was a request to say that they were impacted economically, and so they wanted to use the money for a rainy day fund, so to speak. And so that was, you don't know whether that future expenditure is going to meet one of the 7 categories, and so that was deemed ineligible. So it has to, every expenditure has to meet some type of eligibility. And one of the recent examples of needing more information is, hazard pay is an eligible under one of the 7 categories. But if you read the Treasury guidelines, there are some information that also needs to be included when you make that request. And so when we don't receive that additional information, then that's when we send it back and say, okay, that's when you see some of those memos that we send back to whoever it is requesting information. Does it meet this? You know, we start asking questions. And so that's how we've been soliciting, I guess, responses. It's not a no. Like I said, hazard pay is eligible, but we're trying to make it, the requests comply with all of the rules, Treasury guidelines that have been issued. And so that's what we're looking out for, so that in the event of an audit, we can turn around and say, you know, we've complied with the law, we've complied with all of the rules. So I wanted to just briefly mention that. It looks like Tom covered a lot of information. We can go into the specifics of the past legislations, but I think the point, as I gather for this work session, is to focus on the here and now and the issues regarding current projects. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'll yield.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McGay, and also Mr. Curley and Mr. Botero for that overview of A, B, and a little bit of C2. So if you can see Section 4, eligibility determination on your agenda. So we did cover A, B, and a portion of the eligibility determinations. And colleagues, there were several recommendations made by Mr. Botero. One was, how do we make it consistent with the Treasury's guidelines? As stated, there were 13 versions. They're on version 13 now. And in regards to our resolution, there's in terms of looking to adjusting to the Treasury's guidelines. I know it's probably going to be changing some more again as well. So there's that recommendation on which is more relevant and keeping up with the rules that are changing. So there's that recommendation, and then another recommendation that I also heard is, let me see. Looking through my notes here. Colleagues, if you did catch any other recommendations that could be used as well, open up the floor for discussion. So that was one clear recommendation that came from Mr. Botero. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments for A, B, and also a little lightly on the eligibility determinations? We have Honorable Crotty. And then we'll go next to Chair Charles Newton, too.
Oh, yeah, thank you, colleagues. So in terms, are you able to hear what I'm saying? How's your audio? I'm getting a lot of feedback.
There's a bit of feedback. I don't know, maybe move your microphone a little bit down. I don't know if that will work. No? Oh, going down, I guess. Put it more down. There you go.
Okay, Yate. So I appreciate the update, Mr. Botero. So sitting on the Budget and Finance Committee, I could recall the discussion with the resolution that you presented, BFS-31-21. There was actually some discussion at the committee in terms of if that resolution language was too constrained to help support the immediate need of the COVID response using ARPA dollars. So what I'm looking for, Shadeja, in this conversation today is, Are there any recommendations to either change or modify that Budget and Finance Committee resolution? Areas that I was looking at, I've just heard now, I'm not exactly sure if there's areas in that resolution that has stalled or has hindered some of the projects that are moving forward, but because what I'm concerned about is you mentioned the OMB business unit numbers, because I understand all the challenges that the executive programs are having when it comes to ARPA, but the executive branch was given millions of dollars to build up your capacity to meet the need so that we in turn can meet the need of our community members in response to COVID. So your office is working on $25 million. So yes, we're gonna have hundreds of business units because there's over 110 chapters, and each chapter was impacted by COVID in different ways. So I'm a delegate who represents 7 chapters, and I could attest to the on-the-ground response to COVID, that each chapter had a different level of either the type of services that they provided to their communities and their capacity. We do have on our speaker staff, staff who were there guiding the initial distribution of goods to our community members. And so what they did was asked delegates to help support these relief efforts by regionalizing their approach. And so I'm not sure if that's been a conversation with your office, if you have chapters that are in a stronger position to help other chapters who are struggling with administrative issues, because a budget is an administrative issue. And if the chapter is not responding, that's the chapter either manager, coordinator, and that falls, someone supervises that individual. So what I'm looking for in these recommendations is how many response that DOJ is requesting additional information and you haven't seen a response. I just need a receipt. I know I have chapters. We had a planning meeting yesterday. I asked for an update on their ARPA, on their eligibility, because what I want to come from this conversation and leadership is, when do we have a stop date? When do we say, okay, we've done all we can to get your projects determined, but if you're not, if you don't have the capacity to follow up, is there going to be an executive program that helps? I'm thinking like the ASC, or maybe in your office, Mr. Platero, with your program specialists, to get them through, because those administrative challenges have an effect on the type of services they're going to provide to the community members who desperately need some type of intervention with whatever, whether it's going to be the development of housing, renovation, and repair. So many of our homes are in dire need of repair. And Navajo Housing Authority issued a report 10 years ago that we need at least 35,000 homes. They never went into, or there's no community assessments that say, what is the state of our homes across the nation? During the CARES funding, we did, in the council resolution, ask chapters to develop community assessments. I'm not sure who maintains or monitors that, but that could help us lead to how we could filter down this money to help. So what I need to make sure is, if an individual who has to isolate or quarantine in their home, but yet their home needs windows for weatherization, they need doors, they may need a new roof, their floor, when you go into these homes, you see it, their floors are deteriorating. There's a critical need here on Navajo for housing assistance. And I understand the conversation where you can't allow it for one individual, but COVID required a home. Because if you don't know, There was a time when our government was issuing out tents to infected and impacted families to go find somewhere up in the mountain or on their homestead to live in. So that is not the response that we need to continue to work on, is tents, and that's where I'm coming from. So I want to know through this system how we could help chapters, because now majority of them are on the IDIQ. I didn't really hear a lot about that, because I need to make sure if that resolution hinders LGA certified chapters from entering into those IDIQ contracts, because right now they're required to sign a letter. But I can't recall any legislative language that prohibits an LGA certified chapter from entering into those IDIQ contracts, because that was also has been provided with ARPA dollars. So from this conversation, that's where I want to get some insight, because we need to push all those projects. And that's what I'm looking for, is who is there in the executive side to push these projects out. As delegates, we're limited in terms of what those forms require. The forms that were passed by this council require chapter administration signature, it requires a chapter official, and it requires an executive person. And so I do not have, as a delegate, cannot at this time push these projects, but I'm looking from this conversation to say, does that need to be modified? Because the need is so great when it comes to, and I'm saying minor repairs. We have families that are living I have a family, I think there's 12 people in one home, and affidavits that their children are sleeping on the floor. And so there has to be a conversation about if that family, and we've seen it, we lost matriarchs because their home would host all these other little families. And so what is the recommendation to push it through? Then at what point can delegates push some of these projects through that either the chapters or other programs need support? I don't know, but you mentioned it, is the OMB budget unit numbers. We would need a breakdown, or I would need, and I'm not sure what my colleagues, a breakdown of how many business unit numbers that have been passed by this council and not set up at OMB. Because OMB also received administrative dollars through ARPA or Navajo Nation Fiscal Relief, and at this point, OMB should have the capacity or a modern way to set up all of these business unit numbers. So if we're talking about, we're talking about resolutions that were passed in 2021, and now we're in 2023, and so 2 years later, we should already have a very well-oiled machine, understanding that you're not getting consistent advice and you have to keep pivoting, but we should have business units at the very least. I want to ask if, because of the audit requirement from US Treasury, anything over $750,000 per year, how are we working with the chapters to first make sure they're notified and what that year looks like? Is it a calendar year or a fiscal year? And then what is the plan to start auditing or identifying what projects need to be audited? And that may or may not be why some chapters are saying just spend your money year one or year two. I don't think we should be afraid of an audit. I think an audit is healthy, it's transparent, it gives us a guidance on where we're at, and it helps us, pivot and move so that we don't have Inspector General, Auditor coming down over US Treasury dollars. So those are the areas I wanted to bring up, because if we need to modify or move them, I need to have that information now. If Department of Justice, and this was another thing, I'm not sure, in the resolution, Department of Justice was identified to vet out all these projects. There was, I get a listing from ARPA office, and I understand collectively hundreds of projects you vetted. But what I just need is that receipt now from your unit. How many chapters are you waiting for them to give you information? I have chapters who submitted more proposals than what we had available. And so it's a concern because you may be reviewing projects that as a delegate, I cannot move forward because that chapter has exceeded their amount. And so I think that's also a concern, and I wanted to give that feedback as leadership, is we had no control over the amount of projects that chapters submitted. We were just trying to do the best, working with the ARPA office to first make sure they made the eligibility. Second, the chapter had the capacity, and for a delegate like myself who represents 7 chapters, how then to find some type of equity to distribute that, those regional dollars. So it's a lot of moving pieces, and that's why it's important that I clearly understand as we move into the month of December. But Mr. Patero, if you could clarify your statement about subrecipients, at what stage then are we in the subrecipient phase? And I would need to know, so like for example, chapters who have an IDIQ contract, when you contracted with the IDIQ, is that considered a subrecipient agreement? Or because they're just doing, my understanding is they're just doing assessments this month, is it when we finally have a contract with another entity? Because that's my understanding how this is gonna work. So at what point are we in a subrecipient agreement? So we've met the 2024 deadline? Because if we're there, I'd like to know that, because then the pressure is off to try to move all these assessments and then go into contracting, because it's my understanding that process has not started. And in listening to some of the conversation at NECA on Friday, you know, chapters are not involved with the bathroom addition project, but again, at what time do we start merging and blending these projects so that as delegates, we have this holistic view of what type of support to expect in our region, or at least at the very least our agency to know. And that's been a challenge to get that information from NTUA. I saw the listing from NECA, and at this point, just to have under 20 individuals across Navajo Nation identified, I think I'm looking at Plan B, because if all of this process has taken this long and we haven't encumbered, then I'm looking at Plan B and how we can specifically help Navajo families, because inflation is high, COVID is still there, we still have families that are impacted, isolating. Navajo Nation has taken away that special funding for COVID. So now employees have to use, you know, their regular sick leave. And I don't think we're out of this. I think we're still riding, these waves. So those are questions that I'd like answered. And if you need any clarification, I'd be here to provide that follow-up. Thank you, Shadija.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. There were extensive amount of questions, and also I'm pretty sure that a lot of my colleagues have those same questions as well. Since we are on A and B on the agenda, Delegate Crotty did ask, so what is the guidance from DOJ and also FRF? And I think I do see Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Arvin Mitchell, that's here with us as well with DCD. If we could help him, get him down here too. In answering some of these questions in regards to if there's any amendments that need to happen with these two resolutions that are BFS 3121 specifically. So if we could, what are the hindrances and what are some possible avenues that is room for any amendments or any inclusions? For instance, I know there were several questions on administrative oversight, and does that change with the whole IDIQ firms as well? So those are some questions that we do have in regards to BFS 3121. And then Mr. Patero, if you do have some questions on some of the other questions that Honorable Crotty did mention, feel free to answer those as well. But we'll go first with Mr. Patero, then we'll go to DOJ, and some reflections also from DCD if needed. Tom Patero?
Good morning again, everyone. Madam Speaker, members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Going through Delegate Crotty's questions, I tried to write as fast as I could. So if I miss anything, I apologize. The first one is the chapter capacity. It's really different with each chapter you work with. Some of them you can tell them once and they'll do it. Some of them, you're just like, just change this part, send it back. They change that part and then other parts. And so they're like, please follow directions. We had one a project, a school project. We had that same, it's not just the chapters, it's other people that are applying. We sent that back. I know of at least 4 or 5 instances where we sent it back. It was like, just change this part. But they want to change other stuff. So when they change this part, then you got to go back and start all over again. And then the other difficulty is people are changing their minds. They're like, we want to get this. And you get it all done. Then it's like, no, we don't want that. We want this instead. So we're still at that stage of allocating out the dollars. So that's the best I can answer with it. Certain ones, you just tell them once and they'll get it done, and we get through. Others, Lisa and her team are really working to get all of those done, to assist them to get them there. Michael and Wilson and Leonora are working with all of those guys to make sure that they get them through. Elevate Navajo got approved finally. But there are a lot of, it really is a capacity thing at the individual chapters. It's nothing that we have any control over, but we do, our team works with them. We don't try to just send it back to them without follow-up. One of the things that I have met with Lisa and her team on is, you know, if it doesn't get answered within a certain number of days, follow up with them. So they are starting to do those ones. And actually, I'm really, I just emailed you guys 3 more files. If you look at file 2 of 3 under the business units, I believe that's the one that you're asking about. If you go to page 9 of 12, from there on are all the business units that haven't been set up yet. They are approved, and Mr. Shorty and Mr. Jermaine Jones with OMB are the main ones that work with setting these ones up. Everything with the exception of from resolution CJN dash, I'm sorry, CAU dash 9523 onward, there's 68 business units, and one of them is for your region, for Delegate Yanito's region, another one for your region, 2 of them, another one for Delegate Nez region, Twin Lakes region, Nayizi, Pueblo Pintado, Sheep Springs, Whippoorwill, Rama, Baca Pruitt, and Saley, Tsachaja. All of those ones, there's 68 of them that haven't been set up yet. Everything else, going all the way back to last year, all those ones are done and set up. So everything is caught up except for those ones. So in the span of about 3 to 4 weeks, OMB set up over 200 new business units. So the 68, I'll let Mr. Shorty and Mr. Jones know that this is an issue that came up at council. The difficulty is Mr. Jones is the chief person for that, but he also handles all the other 638 contracts. So when the transition happened from fiscal year 23 to 24 on October 1st, he put all of these aside so that people that work for the 638 contract would get paid. And so that was a difficulty in it. But other than that, I have every confidence that he would have, that they would have gotten all of those completed. So if you look at the report, those are the pages that those are missing on. So we had well over 200 of those. We're now down to 68. So those ones are all being done. At the same time, they're also reviewing all of the subrecipient agreements, the chapter subrecipient agreements that we're trying to get through. They're also reviewing all the budget revisions that are coming through to make a correction in account number so the subrecipients can get it processed. And then all the expenditures that the administrative oversight, we're seeing an uptick in budget transfers to use those funds. So all of those they're processing as well. That's just for the ARPA. So they also have all the other 638 budget transfers, all of the other, the same transactions that we're processing is also on that side. If you look at the report 3 of 3, which is the personnel report, right now there's 153 positions. We've crested the 100, so 101 positions have been hired for, and you can look at that report. The difficulty that we're having is FRF completed their part, DPM completed their part. The department have referrals going back to August. So that's August, September, October, November, referrals as far back as 4 months, where it's contingent upon the department to take action on those referrals. Does that make sense? So if you look at it, there's 23 referrals that are pending with the departments. And that's where the difficulty has been. It's like, this is the department here and they got ARPA money. ARPA office can't go in there and say, Mr. Curley, please take action on these. You know, we send reminders, we send stuff, you know, but it's up to Mr. Curley to decide whether he's gonna hire that person or not. The one thing that I can let you know is that DPM modified the background requirement. Health Education Human Services Committee passed a resolution for provisional hiring. That was done, so that helped quite a bit. Not just ARPA funds, but all the other positions that are out there. The other one was the FRF has actually been paying for the advertisement of these positions in the Albuquerque Journal, the Phoenix newspaper, the Galloping Independent, the Navajo Times, the Farmington newspaper, to try to get outreach for those. Our numbers were really low, and we've spent a pretty penny trying to get these out there. The other one is ARPA through approval from Department of Justice for a salary study was paid with the ARPA dollars, and that is in process right now to try to do adjustments to the pay, because one of the things that we found is that accountants are hard to fill. There was an advertisement in the city of Gallup, almost the exact same requirements for an accountant with the Navajo Nation, but the Gallup position paid, I believe, $18 more an hour. So I drive the 20 miles to get that additional $18 an hour. So there is some work that needs to be done on the competitiveness of salaries. Other places have, for hard to fill positions, they have a sign-on bonus that's paid over a certain amount of time. Perhaps that could be explored by DPM. You also have recruitment, people that are hired to recruit for hard to fill positions. I worked at General Services over 2 years ago. That airport director position still hasn't been filled. The registered architect for community development hasn't been filled. The Auditor General with the Auditor General's office hasn't been filled. These key positions that are in there are really a different take on not just hiring a regular position, but somehow we need to get more creative in recruiting for these key positions because you know, you have people acting on continuously over a certain amount of time. Under the rules, I think it's 180 days or something, but some people are acting like way beyond that stuff. So it's just how we take a look at these. The other one is, if you look at your 2024 comprehensive budget on any of those departments, if more than 50% of those are still at level A, that means more than likely that department isn't giving the within grade increases that those staff are eligible for. And the way the rules are set up is, if all of you are one department, and Mr. James, I didn't get to his evaluation, then none of you is eligible. So there needs to be tweaks in that, because if our best worker is Delegate Nez, my sonny boy, he's doing a really good job. He's being penalized because I didn't do my job with this individual. So we need to do kind of an assessment to say we shouldn't penalize people that are performing just because the manager didn't do their job. So that's the question on that one. The business unit I answered. The audit question, I will defer to the controller on that. The controller would be the best individual to ask on that. On the bathroom projects, I would defer to community development, because they're the administrative oversight for that. But the contract for the 150 million for NECA has been processed and it's encumbered. So when you encumber it, those funds are now eligible for usage all the way to 2026. So one of the things that I did is I attached a worksheet. I purposely targeted the big contracts so that we could get those two encumbrances while we were working. Now we got to go back and with that same determination, work to get all the chapter contracts into those ones as well. The one thing that's going to hinder us is the 164 review for the chapters. It's just difficult to get those ones through. And I wholeheartedly agree with you that departments have been given those funds, but everybody's trying to do the best they can, but we can all do better with the money that we got for that. Madam Speaker.
Mr. Regay with DOJ.
Yeah, Nana. Earlier I gave out some stats, and in terms of delegate region plans, what I had said was there are 59 projects that are still pending for additional information. So that's 59 total. And then I just wanted to make a clarification on the single person benefit. It was a project for one person. That wouldn't be eligible, but if it was, you know, a lot of chapters have submitted for housing renovation projects, which does benefit individual members, and that's fine, but it just has to, I guess help more than just, submitting one project for one person. So I just wanted to make that clarification. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Brigay. On any hindrance of any policy amendments that could be possibly recommended, I know Mr. Botero went over that, and also DOJ didn't mention really anything, but I'm going to give some time over to Mr. Mitchell to what the hindrances are in regards to Resolution BFS 3121.
Good Good morning, Yatse Shinantai. For the record, Arvin Mitchell, Division of Community Development Director. I didn't get all of the questions that Honorable Crowdy was asking, but let me go ahead and go over. I think what I heard was a subrecipient agreement. There's a when I do my presentation, probably tomorrow, Wednesday, or sometimes on the 24 regions, I have a flow chart. I have a flow chart in that presentation packet that the process of getting a SRA. It starts with community development, mainly with the chapters, the certified chapters. If they want to manage their own projects, they'll send us a notification saying that we want to manage the project, and then from there, we sent the information to FRF office, and then from there, business regulatory, Navajo Nation, ONB, DOJ, and then the last, it's almost like a 164. It's almost like a 164 process. Though when everybody makes their comment, the reason why is that, the chapter will be drawn down the money. Chapter will be drawn down the money, and then what I heard was that if you go over 750,000, you're responsible for an audit, for your individual chapters, and if you keep it within the nation, you fall under the nation. So it's almost like a 164, and at the end, before President signs off on it, there's a risk assessment that is done. And meaning that, is the chapter under a corrective action? Is the chapter sanctioned? How are they with their reporting? So there'll be a determination that rests with ONB and others like my office, a risk assessment. And then they don't get the full amount, they get a portion. And then once they spend down on that portion, a percentage portion, then they can ask for another drawdown. So that's where some of the chapters, the certified chapters, they have their document approved. Some are still in the process. And what Mr. Patera, I heard him commented, it is true. It is true. It's different from chapter to chapter. Some chapters are pretty good. And getting things in place. Others, it's you have to probably go through the document with them numerous times. So it's different from chapter to chapter. On the SRA, although on the personnel at the chapter level, I know that they only got 2 personnel that is trying to manage all the other projects, trying to manage and operating the chapters. So, a problem is that lack of personnel, trying to get all these information. So what I recommend, a lot of times my recommendation when the chapter asks me, can I go SRA? And then I mentioned there's a lot of work, there's a lot of accountability, there's a lot of responsibility when you go with the SRA method. And then the other portion that they can do is that, let's say that they have 5 projects. They can do one that is equipment purchase, which is pretty easy. And then there's some projects that are pretty small, pretty easy. They can do that themselves. Let's say that there's a $10 million project. I would recommend that they have us do an IDIQ. So they'll send another memorandum or a letter to me saying that these are the projects that I want to do, and then these are the projects that I want Navajo Nation IDIQ help with. So those are an option to the SRA chapter. Like I said, if it's a big project, the IDIQ, community development, we can do those, but the monies have to stay over here so we can make payments to those projects. The other one that I heard in terms of personnel, for community development, we had when Mr. Patera was talking about referral, we had a referral, two referrals. One was for office assistant, one reason or another, the applicant withdrew and all that, so we're re-advertising that. The other one is the manager within community development for ARPA projects. We went through the interview, we made a selection, and the time for the person to show up that day, that same day, she said, I'm not coming over. So we have to start all over, do our everything that needs to happen to hire. So when you look at the reports, there's a lot of departments that still have referrals, that haven't moved on it. So we have that 5 personnel, though 3 are filled. And I talked to Mr. Patera. I said I need a few more. When we get a CHIT project, when we get the RFQ in place, we need some more help over at community development under CHIT. Also, the bathroom addition, which is onto our first work order, which we have 19. We need some more workers to do project management on those again. So personnel is limited. Then the IDIQ, we have 4. I'll probably cover it more in depth when we get to the 24 region report under section 3. Although there's some areas that which I mentioned to RDC that needs to be changed. And one of them is the ability to move monies around within your own region. Let's say that there's a project over here that is not feasible, and you can move that money to other projects. Because what I see right now is that the majority of the project, I would say 90-something%, they're already underfunded. Because these estimation was put in place probably 2 years ago when they first started, or a year ago. So those estimation are probably lower than what it is right now. So the majority of the projects are already shortfall. So the way I heard, the way the legislation is that, if you're going to move monies around, you have to do another resolution, go through all the process to move that money to another area. So one of the main one that I would recommend is for within the region, the ability to council for the council delegate to move monies around within the region. So most of the projects can be fully funded. So that's one of the main one that I see that probably needs an amendment. The other one is the ability to how do we address shortfalls? How do we address contingency funds? Anytime that there's a construction, there's always a need for contingency. And previously, when I was at community development, there was really no money set aside for contingency for projects. And, it was just a hard number, $3 million for a project. There's always cost overrun. And, we need to put monies in there for contingency. And the plan is how do we divide a contingency fund into 24 regions or a DG. So that might be one of the things that we need to work on. But the one that I mentioned, the ability to move monies around within your own regions. And then, so those are probably a recommendation, but I'll have more when the section 3 comes up, and then also on the housing, then also on the bathroom addition. Thank you.
Mr. Patera, I see your hand raised, and then we will open back the floor to my colleagues here.
Madam Speaker, members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, if you take a look at the files that I sent you, the Appendix 5 has the summary report on all the chapter regional expenditure plans. We broke it down by agency because it's easier to try to track it than try to put all of those ones in there. That will give you that information, tell you where you stand. Then Appendix 6 is which are the certified chapters. There's a process that was done back in July on the subrecipient process. That one's in there. And then a simplified one for the approval process. And then behind it is a status report. This is as of the November 29, where each of the chapter subrecipient processes are in there. The one thing that you really, if you take anything away from it, is this one, the subrecipient approval process. Tab 6, the second page of that. If you go to that one, what it is chapters aren't automatically given a subrecipient agreement if they're a certified chapter. They can elect to have the administrative oversight. But if you look at step 2, which is new to us, this is where it's up to the subrecipient to offer, it's up to the administrative oversight to offer a subrecipient agreement to a chapter. The administrative oversight can say, no, they don't have to offer it to a certified chapter. So that was an interpretation that was provided to us by Department of Justice, so that you're aware that the first one is an offer. Mr. Curley, do you want to take this project here as a certified chapter? Then the second part of it is Mr. Curley, as certified chapter, has to say, yes, I accept that project. So those are the preliminary processes that go in to actually setting up a subrecipient process for chapters. Now this is similar to the subrecipient process that we went through for N2A, but it's modified so that it goes to the certified chapters. Does that make sense? So all the status reports are there. The next one, we're always expanding on the type of information that we share with you all. So if you look at tab 10, this is a summary of all of the contracts that are underneath ARPA funding now. So we aren't able to keep up with the website because there's so many different contracts that are out there now. So we're gonna start running these for you, so you know exactly what contracts are on there. So if you have a question on a specific contract, let us know, and we'll work with the administrative oversight to get you copies of those contracts. All right? So that's all new. So we're trying to make sure that we expand on the type of information that we're putting out there. One of the things is when I got hired in the previous administration and this administration is be transparent with all of the stuff you have. So we're always, and Delegate Crotty has always made sure that I've stuck to that. So thank you. So those type of things, information that you need to have out there to do all of those. The one thing that I do ask from you is please help us to get to allocating all the 211 million. Because once we get to that stage, then we shift from budget setups into actually implementing those projects that are there. So if I do have an ask, you say, do you have an ask? My ask is please work with your chapters to get all 8.8 million of all of your projects done, so we can get that phase of this project going. We understand that there's going to be revisions and all that based on if the project is feasible or not, but we just want to get to that stage where we say everything is accounted for, all of that money has been allocated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Botero. Colleagues, I'm gonna go down the line. So we are still on review of resolutions A, B, and also the eligibility determinations. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, then we'll move on to Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Tom, for the report. I'm going through it, and honestly, I haven't gone through all of them because it's a lot. And I want your binder because it looks like you've got it all set out. So I've been trying to keep up with what's been going on with ARPA, and I do have some questions, but if you've already answered them, just tell me I've already answered it, because I don't want to waste your time. So so my first question is, and I think you did answer this question. How many ARPA positions are budgeted currently? I think you said that there's 101 positions. But my follow-up question is, are we paying federal wages for these positions? Or are we still following the Navajo Nation DPM salary wage, I guess, wage adjustments or wage schedules? And the reason why I asked that question is because I understand that with ARPA money, we can use the federal wages, so we can be paying more to our employees. And I just worry that, you know, we're not filling positions right now. Perhaps it's because we're not paying people what they should be paid. And we have that ARPA money, so we don't have an excuse. So I want to know, you know, are we paying federal wages for these employees? And then on top of that, and this might be outside of the purview of those who are sitting before us at this time, but how many Navajo Nation positions are currently budgeted for, and how many are filled today, and how many do we still have open? I believe that at the last, was it spring session, when President gave us his report, he did say that there's over half of the positions that are currently still open. And you just mentioned, Tom, that one of the positions that I guess at the airport that was still that was advertised when you were there is still being advertised today. So this becomes important because we talk about, you know, ARPA, spending ARPA money first, but at the same time, we're not filling these positions. And I honestly, I always tell people who are asking me questions about ARPA, I always tell them that realistically at this point, I do not believe that Navajo Nation will get through all of the projects that are currently being proposed. Because we don't even have the workforce in place right now, and we're still waiting, you know, for some of them to go through the process and BU numbers to get established. So I still think that we're not going to meet that deadline. I have zero faith in the way that the process is right now and getting these projects done, which brings me to the next question, which is, it sounds like the streamlining is an issue. And as long as I've been a delegate, I know that Navajo is its worst enemy, because we put so much red tape in place, making it really impossible for us to spend money and to move projects forward. And then it's like, when we get Department of Justice involved, no offense, but that muddy water gets muddier and nothing gets done. So what changes, and I know that you guys are making recommendations right now on what needs to happen, but you know, I need to know, like, what changes can we make to the ARPA legislation, all of them, in order to move things along faster. One issue that I have encountered is that Navajo, within our Navajo Nation, we can't do plan, design, and build. We do plan design as one contract, and then we do build as a separate contract. But I know that when we're asking for estimates in the plan and design phase, the people who are interested in applying for the FRPs or RFQs, RFPs and RFQs, they're calling the builders to ask for estimates, right? That's my understanding, that's how it works. I know that because my husband is in construction. He's been in construction for over 30 years, and he knows, you know, this process. So what boggles, I guess, my mind is that when you have these companies who are calling to say, okay, we need an estimate on what it's going to cost to build a shed, they're calling the people who are actually doing the building, because the people who are doing the building have the knowledge of what it's going to cost to build a shed. And they're using that estimate, and they're saying, okay, this is per this builder over here, this is the estimate of what it's going to cost to build a shed. And then that's what they put into their estimates to, you know, to get that contract. But the problem is, they've contacted a builder over here, and that builder may not be the one who was selected to do the building, so it shifts the cost. Because you have your plan and design over here, and then you have your build over here. So I don't understand why we can't just have plan, design, and build. Even the state of New Mexico has requested that when we ask for money, that we do plan, design, and build. Because it makes sense, and all of the costs and everything that is being submitted is all in one. So I don't understand why we're doing plan, design over here, and then a whole separate contract over here for build, when the builders were not the ones who provided estimates from the very get-go. So we're already creating this issue with building. So I did ask Division of Community Development that question, and the response that I got is because they're separate services, but it doesn't make sense, because that's not how people off the Navajo Nation work. And that's what I mean, is we're just creating more barriers on top of each other. And you are correct that, you know, inflation has gone up, that we don't provide for the extra, what is it called, the padding to build these materials. But each time inflation goes up, we're seeing an increase in our cost for building. So, what's that? Yeah, the contingency. And it just, you know, I just don't understand how Navajo Nation, for this many years, we've been building, and we still haven't got it right yet. We still haven't figured out, like, what is that checklist that we need to be checking off things, you know, to make sure that we're getting all of our costs in place. And then I know that NTUA has provided a report to council saying, when you're building, please contact NTUA, because we need to make sure the capacity is in place. We need to make sure that we can provide water, electricity, broadband. I always refer back to the bathroom that's at the Four Corners Monument that cost the Navajo Nation, Delegate Nez, I think it was over $10 million to build a bathroom at Four Corners Monument, and it was never open. Never. And that bathroom is falling apart because it was built on, I'm not sure exactly what kind of rock it was built on, but the water was never connected because of the rock that it was built on. So it doesn't make sense when we start building these things for the Navajo Nation and we're not creating a checklist that we should be going by to build. Perhaps that will help our chapters when they're deciding which projects they want to build, so that they can go through their checklist. Land withdrawal is another one. We have a lot of projects that are currently in the hopper right now for ARPA, and a lot of them don't have the required land withdrawal in place. And we had land development come before council. I believe it was during the 24th, and they said it would take 6 months to 3 years to do a land withdrawal, depending on where the land was at. So these are some of the things that I think that we need to be very clear when we're talking about these projects, especially with this ARPA money, is it doable? I worry that we're not going to be spending this money, and I can tell you that at the Tribal Interior Budget Council meeting that we've had 2 meetings ago, that $66 million that NHA sent back with that big old ribbon that said Navajo Nation doesn't need this money, that was brought up. It was brought up by other tribes, and it was brought up by a few of our senators that said, Navajo, you guys are sitting here asking for housing funds when you guys didn't even use that money we gave you from the get-go. That makes us look bad as delegates when we're out there advocating for the need that's out there, and we're having these programs, not spending the money that they currently have. ARPA is a really good, opportunity for us to do what we need to do with that money, but because we're not streamlining a lot of these processes, we're just creating more red tape and making it impossible for us to be spending money. And I really, really wanted Tom's FRF office to be the project manager for all of my projects in Shiprock, because they have the knowledge, they have the people who are assisting with all of these projects, and I don't have, sorry, Division of Community Development, and I said this during the 24th, I'll say it in the 25th again, I have zero confidence in Division of Community Development. You guys are still sitting on millions of dollars of citizen projects, and nothing is getting done. I don't have any confidence in Division of Community Development. And I've requested to hire my own project manager to get things done because of that. And I think that Speaker Curley and myself are the only delegates that have requested project managers. And even that, I'm getting, I guess DOJ said, I don't know if you can do that. Well, it says it in the legislation, we can do that. So I think when I said that DOJ just muddies the water even more, what also bothers me about DOJ getting involved, and we need this fixed, is the fact that within the bathroom additions, we allocated funds for Division of Community Development to purchase toilets, sinks, water heaters, stuff for a bathroom. And per Navajo DOJ, that's not considered to be like a bathroom addition, it's more of a bathroom renovation. And we didn't specifically say bathroom renovation, so we can't do that. So what I said is, okay, so we're gonna purchase toilets, sinks, water heaters, we're just gonna deliver it to the people's house and say, okay, there you go, we'll see you later. I don't think that that was the intention of the legislation, but we have to spell it out. And I just don't think that requires to be spelt out. But again, that's my point about how DOJ just muddies the water even more. I cannot believe that this council had to be specific to say that renovation could be included in this, because at this point, if we buy somebody a toilet, I promise you it's probably going to end up on Facebook Marketplace, or somebody's going to be out there trying to sell it instead of installing it because they don't know how to install it. So I need recommendation on how we can streamline the process, and if it requires, Tom, that, like, I'm willing to work with you to sponsor that part where your office, instead of getting kicked like the little dog that you mentioned, for you to be involved in that process. Because I think from my understanding, looking at your staff directory, it looks like the people who are in place right now can handle a lot of these projects. And if it were if it were up to me, I would give all of my Shiprock projects to the FRF office and not Division of Community Development or any Navajo Nation division or department, because you're just gonna have people passing that buck around and nothing is gonna get done. The next thing that I need recommendations on is deadlines that need to be put in place, and I believe that Shadeja already mentioned that. But I have been pushing for deadlines to be put in the ARPA legislation, and I even dropped a legislation request back in January of 2023. I need to know, and I know that Mr. Platero has also come before Budget and Finance to also make this recommendation as well, but I need it in black and white. What is the recommendation for putting in deadlines for these projects? My recommendation is May of 2026. If we don't spend that money, then give it to the people. Otherwise, it's gonna go back to the federal government, and we're gonna have Congress waving that little thing back at us saying, well, we gave you guys money and you guys didn't do anything with it. When we attended the US Treasury meeting, we were told that there will not be an extension for any ARPA money. And almost on a weekly basis, the US Treasury stated in our meeting, when we had the Coalition of Large Tribe meeting with the US Treasury, they stated that on a weekly basis, they get phone calls from Congress asking how much of that ARPA money has been spent, because they want to take it back. They want to put it in different areas to spend it where it needs to be spent. And I still stand by my legislation that we need an emergency legislation in place in the event that Congress requests that money back, that we are ready to distribute it out to the people. Because in reality, we know that Congress can do that. They have the power to do that. They have done it in the past. And with what's happening at the federal level, with the budget and them not coming into agreement, I think that there's a good possibility that they're gonna do that. And what I did request from the US Treasury is, please, if they do that in that event, you know, help us. And I know that, you know, they can't advocate for us, but, you know, what I did say is we need at least 6 months' notice if they're gonna request that funding back. And per the US Treasury, they're already talking about that. And we've already heard the speaker, the former Speaker McCarthy, say that. If this ARPA money was intended for COVID and it was deemed emergency, this money should have already been spent. And Navajo has not spent that money. And it's scary because that is what we hear when we go to the Hill. It's a constant reminder to us that, hey, Navajo, you guys are sitting on over $2 billion. What projects have you guys got done? How much money has gone out? We're not talking about how much money has been allocated for projects. What we're asking is how much has been spent to date. And that's a scary conversation to have, because we haven't even spent 25% of what we've been given for ARPA money. So we need to know, what deadlines do you guys recommend that we should put in place? That way we can start working with the Office of the Controller to get people registered for direct deposit to save the nation money for printing checks, because I know that that's what it's gonna come down to. We're not gonna spend that money and time, and we're gonna wind up giving a recovery fund to the Navajo people. We are already coming into 2024, and how many projects have been started? That's another question that I have, is how many projects have been started where they started building? How many homes have been purchased to date? From what I understand, there was I guess an RFP that went out. A housing manufacturer or builder was selected, but it was not the business that somebody wanted to work with. And this was reported to myself and to the Vice Chair of Budget and Finance, that everything was stalled because a Utah company didn't submit a bid. So they stopped the bidding and they said, let's reopen it to allow this Utah company to rebid. And I said, why? That's just gonna stop everything and pause everything all over again. But this is happening right now. Just because certain people are not being selected for these contracts, we're stopping things. We cannot do that. We cannot afford for that to happen. So again, I ask, what recommendations do you have in terms of putting a due date on when this money should be spent? I also want to know, and please, and I've asked for this before and it hasn't been done, I need it in writing. And I'm a little bit slow when it comes to budget and finance, because I'm not on budget and finance, so this is not reported to me on a weekly basis. But I'm not afraid to admit that, I'm not 100%, savvy when it comes to the way that the budget process works on the Navajo Nation. But what is the process for establishing a business unit number? I want it, like, break it down, dumb it down for me. Say, step one, Delegate Charles Newton, this is what you have to do. Because that helps me to explain to my chapters and my community how we go about establishing a business unit number. I believe that, and I could be wrong on this, I think Ganado was one of the very first FRF chapter projects that went through, and it was just 2 months ago, or maybe a month ago, it was posted. There was a press release that went out that Ganado finally got their business unit number and they're getting funds, and that's over a year ago. So explain to me what that process is for establishing a business unit number, and again, dumb it down for me. Make it as dumb. If you have to draw pictures, draw pictures. I won't take offense to it. I just need to be able to explain to the Navajo people how this business unit number is stalling all of these projects, and then, you know, why we're not able to spend a lot of it. And I really like the explanation that, you know, for the non-certified chapters, that they're not getting the full funding, that they get portions of it. I think that that also is important, so if you can add that to the business unit number information, that would be great. And then again, I've already said it before, and I'll say it again, and I said it earlier at the beginning when I was asking these questions, but I am worried that our divisions and departments cannot handle the ARPA projects. You know, the citizen, I think, is a really good example of that. But I also want to know, how can we partner with nonprofits? Because I think that there's a lot of nonprofits out there that know how to spend this money, that have an idea of what, you know, what we can do with it. So how do we include nonprofits? And I know that we can put nonprofits as subrecipients, but the problem is then again that we're putting the divisions and departments above everybody, and they're the ones who are creating all of this red tape. So it just doesn't make sense that we're having all of these subrecipients going through the process when we're making it hard for them from the beginning to help us spend that money and get these projects going. And then last speaker, I just want to know, you know, where is Office of the Controller? And I've got my reading glasses on, but I don't think I see Mr. McCabe here. And what recommendations does the Office of the Controller have for spending the ARPA funds right away? I know that Mr. McCabe gave a report on that. I believe it was I think it was at Budget and Finance last week, and he talked about, you know, what some of the recommendations that he has, and then some of the issues that he's seen with us trying to get these, not only the business units going, but also, you know, how we're kind of creating a hindrance in spending. So I'd like to hear from Office of the Controller what we can do to spend down those ARPA funds. So the goal is to spend this money, whether it's to spend it on projects or to give it to the Navajo people. But I, for one, I'm going to say that as a delegate, I don't want one penny going back to the federal government, not one. So I think if we work now on getting a fallback, and that fallback is a recovery funds, if we start working on that, I think we have a better guarantee that not one penny will go back, because I know our Navajo people need that money. And I know that they can spend it much faster than we can, because we're still sitting here trying to figure out the process. Thank you, Speaker.
All right, thank you, Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, for that extensive questioning and also some recommendation to the team here. And we also got, Chief is also working on getting controller and also OMB here, so they were sent, the agenda was sent to them as well. Before I give it back to Mr. Patero and DOJ, I'm going to go through my colleagues, and then we can have a deeper discussion once they can try and answer as many questions as they can. Honorable Endines.
Yeah, Shada Speaker, also to my colleagues for all the great questions. Aro, Shache, Mr. Platero, and your team there for coming before us on this important topic. So I have a series of questions and a few of my own recommendations for my colleagues to consider once we start to maneuver how these funds would be reallocated. So first, I know that you spoke briefly about the eligibility of roads. Mr. Platero, can you just expand a little more? Because I think roads is a high concern for many of our colleagues here within our respective communities. It becomes very muddy for many of our families, and we want to ensure that we're also keeping roads and transportation at the fore when we start to consider many of these unobligated funds. The next question I have is regarding the SRA. Currently, is there a clean direction? Because back in January, we had a Day at a Time Club as well as Sandstone who received funding through ARPA. But each time we've updated and requested those updates from the Division of Community Development, we were always informed that DOJ changed language again, so the SRA has to re-go through its process. They've mentioned that to us countless times that we just ended up informing our agents that that was the latest update. And we're almost reaching a year since those fundings were passed. And we recently, about 2 weeks ago, had the SRA signed between Day at a Time Club and the Navajo Nation. And that is to provide services and personnel for substance abuse, alcoholism, which is a deep need. But we're dependent on such a process and re-changing of words and everything for many, many months. And so is that clear now with the process that's in place? The next question I have is I attended a meeting recently on bathroom additions, and there it was mentioned that one of 4 firms was not reporting. If the nation is giving these firms millions of dollars, then there should be some accountability measure coming from the Office of Community Development to ensure that our chapters across Navajo Nation are receiving the services that they requested through these funds. And through that firm, it's many of our relatives in Western Agency. And we have many of our colleagues here who are representative of our relatives there. And so I just, that's concerning on our end with us. We've met with many of our firms on our projects, but what is that update currently now through the Office of Community Development for our Western relatives? Also, on average, and this may be a question for Mr. Platero, on average, this past year, is money being spent? Because when we had our recent meeting as well with the President's Office, we've seen a lot of low percentage of funds that are being spent. And so on average, what does that spending look like for not only programs and divisions, but for others who have reached out for this fund? Because I know as far as chapters, there's 0% for many of the chapter projects. And again, these are for the Ganado region, Chinle region, who were many of the first that were put into queue for ARPA projects. Also, the 164, it's a notorious process. It hinders a lot of areas. And one thing that I suggested to the President's Office is bring all of those agents in one room under one roof to push a lot of these processes through and to expedite that process. Because we give it to an agent at DCD, they sit on it for weeks, it goes to the next one, it could be OMB controller, who again are both not here, that sits there for a while, it goes back to DOJ, and that cycle repeats itself. But if we have everyone under the same roof in the same room, at least once or twice in a week, or even a shared drive where you track the contracting numbers so that they know when it comes to your table. And I get it. There's a lot of contracts, there's a lot of need out there, there's a lot that inhibits the process, but we're also facing a deadline and we want to be able to expend those funds. So I'm just curious on your thoughts on either bringing all parties into one room or to be able to do some sort of drive where we as delegates are also able to track down our contract number to where it's at in that process. And many of you, oftentimes you indicate X amount of years that you've been with the Navajo Nation. I mean, what are those recommendations like today? You know, we should have had something in place where the ARPA funds and any funds kind of maneuver through this 164 in a much timely manner. And then the next question that I have, and these are more like recommendations. Colleagues, I truly believe in small business and grassroots organizations. I've met with the Division of Economic Development to identify a lot of our grassroots organizations and our small businesses, because I also feel that's where some of this funding should go to. And instead, you know, we're dropping contracts and giving enterprises X amount of millions of dollars to do the work that a lot of our relatives across Navajo Nation and abroad are capable of doing as well. And many of them deserve these funding as well, because I see a lot of them doing the work that sometimes our government does not do. And so they're out there on the floor doing a lot of that work, and I think it's important and time that we devote some of this funding to them as well. And I think those are some of my comments right now, but also some of the questions that I had for the team here. Again, thank you for presenting that information. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. And for the record, we do have Controller and also Cordell Shorty and Jermaine Jones from OMB also online, and we'll catch them up to speed before they give their responses. I'm going to go next with Chair Vince James.
Speaker, Ado Kodo, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Ado presenters, Ado Shekahasi, audience, Notlanigi, Yad Kodo, Ya Naa'bik'iyati Linigi, Yad the Quigo Sheet, Katen, Nedne Ashon Kodotla, Shinala Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Yina Del Kid, Nana Shiyeto, Honorable Dr. Nez. Ako Shikodo Bahna Adishkido Leliki AAD chapters Ahiga Naz Neliki Ako Shisazindo Nachihot Ashil Haza Ilzi Traje Ado Leyeto Do Duwish Bitro Akot Ao Alha Alkates Nel Ako Shisazindo AA Leyeto Do Duwish Bitrojet do Bishba Basa on the bunch Slinda Nte Kodo Ilzu Trato Ajago Jokot A Tro Linigi Dotse Jokot A Banate Echo Do Okot An Habe Lanso Sli Nachidot A Honanat Ilzu Trato Hoyeje Betrai Baraje Ajidot A Honanat Echo Okonde Aden go Ya Hoye don't let it touch it or todest sida. Neje ya todest. Hoye nas aje. Quite get ya. Do inlay ne it touchota. Oko added neta keda hat echo. Kojido honanat it trato. They todo do wish it be tro. Alto honanat Okon Hikodo ilzu tratot ilzu ajin and adage 800 jokot hadit Nana no watch Keda hat lay tro bilhahot zohas anje ajito jo hajo baadins in oko the adle ilzu tra bilhahot zoja adage todest Nana no watch nas the widget be tro Dotley Tobetrai. Od a jokot ebane krebedash not denshi. A coco Oshin his land. That's the reality of each of the Navajo departments that we're trying to resolve this issue about ARPA. I gave you guys too many names. It looks like Mr. Patero's already lost. So Oshin kot oyo or kait ai ko. Okoko Shisazindo, how do we address that issues between my chapters? The two chapters that I don't represent, Clegato and Greasewood. We have a water line that's coming from cornfields, but will only go up to the chapter area registered voting members of cornfields. But then beyond that, on that same route, those individuals are registered at Clegato chapter. And once you complete that same route, Clegato chapters area, then it goes into Greasewood area. But then there's no funding set aside for Clegato and Greasewood for that area. Same scenario with Steamboat and cornfields. We have Steamboat area going from Steamboat southeast on that whole mesa there, but then it's only going to go up to those Steamboat registered voting members. But then cornfields doesn't have a water line project on top for it to connect, for it to continue. So those are some of the areas that we are running into, and in those kind of scenarios, if any projects funding that come back to the pot of ARPA, we should look at serving those areas in this unique situation that I just explained to you guys. And it comes back to what my Nulla indicated, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. How much confidence do we have in Division of Community Development? And that has been my past comments on the 24th National Council. How long have these CSM funding projects been sitting there? We added more stuff to their workload. So with that, I just really want to say that I'm really, really disappointed and disagree with the IDIQ. It just does not make sense to have that IDIQ. That's just a backup for DCD. We've already invested in so many employees under the executive branch, under Division of Community Development, to make sure that all of these assessments had already been in place. We jump on the bandwagon with IDIQ for them just to do the assessment for each of the chapters. And so when we did our first round with meeting with our contractor, we were already ahead up there. And this goes back to Twin Arrows, when ARPA FRF office had a meeting at Twin Arrows to go over the FRF process and all of that. I was there. My comment at that time was, hey, staff from FRF, hey, Navajo Nation ARPA office, Kitlachi, Ganado, Cornfield, Steamboat, and Jedito, we're already way over here. What you're telling us, why we are here, we've already done that. How can you help us? We're already over here. We're ahead, we're way over here. Then I was never given a good answer, and we just waited along. And we started our RFPs. We started that advertisement, and then here comes hopping along IDIQ. No, on stop banan hits slow down We already knew. We already told our contractors. I know what your plan is. Your plan is to increase these projects, identify numbers, the fundings that have been allocated. You're going to increase it. Those projects are going to increase. I thought Koten Kisbahos, and you guys already know as a contractor that you have $25 million set aside for projects. And we already know that you're going to increase the price. Nik ehe akotza. And so the contractors came back and it said, well, you're way ahead. You're way over here. When we received those invoices back from the contractors under the IDIQ, it either doubled or tripled that project amount number that we had set aside. And then what were we told? Oh, you need to find some more funding, or you need to reduce your projects. That way we can just do this one project. One fine example, a cemetery fencing. We submitted all the description of that project, and we said we want chain link and so forth. And that IDIQ contractor came back and said, you don't have enough money. We can only do T-posts and we can only do barbed wire. Your chain link is out of the question unless you find some more money. That's what we're going to go be doing back and forth for the next several months, trying to look for funding, trying to allocate fundings for each other. Oh, what about the Kagit Echo? Are they Hashin the Kanoben? He was net. Do you want Andrew non Hada Ilia? Oh, the Honda Hosit, huh? Nihid I don't quote it. Jehajo, but they didn't eat in on Kaden, na Kitha Naha Nastoko. Of course, she says, do Ado Nishan Sendida. A Jean IDIQ and hit of no ben hit was Jizdobe, Njonobe hit Nahos Netende. We still have to go through the process of the contract. Hansa or Nahodoljish. How long is those contracts going to go back and forth again? We need the blessing from DOJ. We need the blessing from OMB. Down the line, Nahat Nido Lako. Akot Bane Kagit Echo. Akot Sedan Laden hidden but in the hoist EGA then all it's got basic na. All it's got Aya in a home. How she la cano Adola. Bahandale in Konzada Bekis na with Nako. And I already understand where DOJ stands. Aten Dodo Nita. As much as you work with them, as much hard as you work with them to try and get a project, they stand with what they stand with. They'll send a packet back. If there's a certain document, if there's a certain wording that's incorrect, they'll send it back. They won't accept it through an email. Just a simple email, just a simple call, just a simple letter, they won't accept it. They'll send the whole packet back. From DOJ. Or what happens is they provide us a checklist. This is what you need to do. And then we follow that. We get to that point, we submit to the packet. Oh, well, this law has happened. Well, this change has happened. So you need to include this one again. And that packet sent all back from the beginning again. What abane kaigit ako. Shake at all what aho ohashne. Wala hey. I don't even know if I'm even a lawmaker anymore. I think it's DOJ that's the lawmaker that makes all the decision. All chapters that be hanaste. Ako kwaigi ahit ako. Who is it that makes the final decision? Niheten don hihosnita. You're not listening to the lawmakers. You're not listening to the legislators. Aten. Nihia ajin hihosni. Ado in hikot hanshin watch be yadil tiako. Kot an hijahana or zi kot ana otle hitot ni kot an haban sanane kisti ni hanshin ado change anana in hako. Ako kot bane kaigit ako. And so with that, I'm going to make this recommendation is that how is it that council delegates can get operational P cards to move forward with these ARPA projects? If you're not willing to give it to the chapters, but yet you'll sit in front of us and tell us you have all of these vacancies, these positions that have been vacant for so many days. I don't know what makes you think that you might find a person if the positions have been vacant for over 100 days. Chapter, but chapter, this all, we have some good chapters out there. There are those staff out there at the local level. We do have some good, honest chapter workers. Yeah, we may have some chapters that fall off and do non-allowable things, but we do have some honest chapter staff out there that know what to do. We tried recommending that. I tried recommending that. Chapter these chapters gonna go crazy with the money. But there is some honest chapter employees out there. As you provide that P card, Janshi, let's see how honest your lawmakers are, how honest your legislators are. Just like one registered voting member said, I don't even know why we have council delegates anymore if you guys can't even help. It's true, we can't help. We have no fundings to help with. We have no more discretionary funds, beds in our state. And we're paying for it here as us new council delegates. How is it that we can assist those families that are in really dire need? Meet us halfway. If we can make this amendment in the law and the policy, this isn't something that I try to listen out for you guys. But I want the last final say. A lot of our constituents out there need help. A lot of people are out there. I don't know if we can't do the work, then let's just say it too. Let's just be honest about it. Why are we prolonging it? Let's give them a hardship check again. I stand for that. Because I know a lot of this money is not going to happen from the way we see it, the way we're going with the flow. Because there's really not a good justification that can be provided to council that this is how many homes we've done, this is how many projects we've completed, this is how much millions of ARPA fundings we spent. Probably the only positive good thing that we spent is probably the hardship money. That's probably the only good positive thing out of this whole ARPA project funding that we have received up to this point. And then we just stress our staff out. We stress out our employees. A president's office, vice president's office, will we actually tackle this? Will we actually spend all the funding? is what I say. Ako, just as I just don't see this happening, and giving more money and trying to spend the current money that has been allocated to DCD ain't going to happen. It's not going to work. I can't spend this much money in here. And what are we going to say? We told you so several months back. We told you so a year, 2 years ago. I don't lay the chapters the nahuid now. DCT ado ota iladat o na hiti no chita nada denise nito lis. Akod ashonde ade kait ahoda in habe ose, because you know this IDIQ is not going to work. You know that. And unless some of these chapters want, and some of these delegates want to delete some of their projects, that's the only way it's going to work, to get that funding in place. But here we decided for cornfields not to go with the IDIQ, just to let you guys know. We sent a letter back to DCD and said, nope, we already knew this was going to happen, so we're not going with the contractor under IDIQ. Ganado they only have that one project. Even though they only have one project. So I commend my colleagues, if you have multiple projects, if you can get all your ARPA projects, great, because Ganado only has one and we are not even done with that one project. I thought we would be done with it by now, even though it's this one project. I don't know which way we want to go, or not that. Steamboat, they are working with them, and Steamboat, they came back, IDIQ came back and said the only way that the price is going to work is if you do your own clearing of the old building. So Steamboat chapter stepped up and used their heavy equipment, and they found a local contractor to do the work. And so they cleared that landscape, they cleared the building. Haja IDIQ, haja ARPA money. It's been several months now that Steamboat chapter has cleared that landscape, that area. By winter we'll get the construction started. Not let you guys make the chapter move so fast by clearing that whole area and demolishing that building. So don't be nothing. It's a non-us case. Like yeah. Auto Jedito, engineering to do design. So if DOJ has an engineer, please help us. We need a DOJ employee that knows how to do the design and all of that to get that funding situated over there at Jedito for their water line. It goes into Low Mountain. Who's that? Speaker's area. So we have water line going on the north side of Jedito. Go water loop the Isnooko. And that goes into Low Mountain area. Under Low Mountain, we have some people that can tap onto that water line, but at that design, that engineering, we need somebody. Going back, I forgot one thing regarding the council delegate operational P card for ARPA fundings. Forgot to mention, the reason why I'm also making this recommendation is that we all know, every one of us know, that Navajo Nation is not a good creditor or not a good paying their bills on time. So they don't hit the invoice, they ain't no kidding, the DOJ. I don't know, you probably need to start submitting some company names with your recommendation to see who we can contact. Then Home Depot, all of those places, you name it. Then, once they hear Navajo Nation, we're just put on the back burner and say, oh no, we don't deal with Navajo Nation anymore because the payment never went through, or the payment, we haven't received this amount of payment from the last request, which was a year or 2 years ago. Nikita, nehe, ashe ane yego, patlo hasendo, yadala don zenda. It's true. Akot an hit and enkad. It's really sad that we can't even just call a local office business to get office supplies anymore. Ohot aba yi kahigit ako. Ashon de hey eben na lato do addition. Just provide us that council delegate P card, operational card, and let's see what we can do. I think I do trust my colleagues here, but you know, you always have that one or two, three, couple individuals, several individuals that might step off that portion, that line. But you know, if we can have a chief of staff, and if we can have some staff from president office spend so unique fundings, I think we'll be okay in the long run if we're allowing that. These are some tough things that have to be said, and you sometimes you just have to say it. No, it's happening out there. Lawmakers need, legislators need, or 2 cents, 3 cents, then it's but laho inia lan hit that no, the 3 cents, 5 cents, then it's nahat laho ba nekhi as delegates of the Navajo Nation. But yet, across the street, oyo tsit taho tahle. Here I could Jay Nadal and sent Nadal clip for 5 cents, 10 cents overdrawn hit that no. Spent over and hit that no, what abayi kahid eko. Ebenina addition are then hikaohye. Make that recommendation for us to move forward with a council delegate operational P card. Kot sad lini be hasti to likhako. A hat when he la in our source oh a unit when not la. Kot echo. And then I'm very interested in the roads. Nato Honorable Dr. Neji Hadzi Ido. Kot edo leh. A hat do da hosiado a John Dashnish. Oh, you're quite good. You're just get to live. No, Hodinan is not started. Ocean patient, not Ido live in the dark. Oh, we are having Hidini, the own at the Nane kit, not the Dohni. Okay, what Dada Hosianko, Kodidole. Have a blessed day and take care. Kodidole. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable James, kodot o you not the kid na halodo recommendations that ehegito, and a lot of the issues regards to chapter expenditure plans. So during that right time, we will give Mr. Mitchell time to response. I know he probably will have handouts as well too, and there was also some questions regarding how much money has been spent, or on average, what is the spending rate? And then there was questions on the eligibility criteria, expanding on how roads can be eligible, and also for small businesses and grassroots organizations. So those are some questions that I've heard that Mr. Patero and DOJ could help us answer those. Mr. Patero, I'll go first to you, and then I'll move forward to DOJ, and then Mr. Mitchell, and then regarding how much money is being spent on average, I'll refer that to controllers.
Madam Speaker, members of the Naa'bik'iyati committee, I emailed you a new report. This is something new that we're also working on. As we're transitioning out of eligibility determination into projects, that's where all these new reports are coming from. So that's where we're releasing contract information to you. And this is the summary of all the NTUA projects. I just now emailed it to you. So Delegate James, let me get to your questions first. Underneath the NTUA contracts, if you go to page 3, underneath the septic system, for Kinchachi, you have $285,235.04. And if you look at the top, it has the contract number that this is under. So this is already under contract for NTUA. So if you look at those and you find all of yours, you can find every single one of those that are underneath there. The reason that I haven't released it is the listings that are there underneath the contract and the amount of the contract in some instances don't align. So we have to sit back down with NTUA to make sure that they have the correct numbers. The other part that we're running into an issue with NTUA, and that's why I provide you the summary of the NTUA expenditures, how much they've been advanced. Right now, they have 16 contracts. The very first ones that were issued a year and a half ago, only one of those contracts is at the second disbursement level. This past quarter, we had an issue with them. And the reason that we had an issue with them is it appears they're not tracking the expenditures by the contracts. The reason that I say that is they asked for a disbursement on the next contract, and when I was looking at it, the listings that were on that, the CARES defunded one are very specific. It says this project, this dollar amount, this project, this dollar amount. The next batch were those were given in regions. So it's like all of Delegate Johnson's chapters, they're all grouped together. But the ones underneath the previous ones, which they have received a disbursement, they were asking for a second disbursement. So I used my delegate as a sample. And in that sample, what was being invoiced was not on the CARES defunded. It was on the new contract. But they were using that as an expense to try to generate the next disbursement. So I had to go back in and reconcile all of those ones. So what I'm giving you now is the specific ones that are there for each of your regions. And the reason that I didn't want to release it was because we haven't gotten all the numbers to align perfectly yet. But if you look at these, this gives you an idea of what's already under contract for each of your regions. Does that make sense? So if you look at that, you have underneath septic tanks, Delegate James, $285,235.04. By this, what I'm telling you is half of that money, the 235, for your project has already been advanced to NTUA. They have the money for your project already. So all of these that I'm giving you, all of them, all of the NTUA subrecipients, all of them have been advanced their 50% for the first disbursement, all right? So if they come back and say, we haven't got our money yet, that is not the case. The first one that CARES, those were all done over a year and a half ago. Nidon did the second batch that came out. That's why when you look at it, you can see that the money is going to them. My concern is we need to sit and work with them to say, how many of these are you going to be able to legitimately spend before 2026? The two dates that you have to really be familiar with, December 31st, 2024, obligation, encumbrance, get it into contract, get it into subrecipient. That has to be met. If you have money that's sitting out there that hasn't met the obligation, January 1st, 2025, that money is going to go back to the federal government. Okay? So that's a very critical date that we meet all those obligation dates for those ones. The second batch is when they get past that December 31st, 2024 date, then they're going to have to complete the project, get it paid out by December 31st, 2026. Remember what they were talking about? There'll be no extension on these. Those are the two big dates. That's why I'm getting very concerned when the money hasn't even been allocated yet for the chapter projects. Because the chapter projects, if they aren't under subrecipient agreements and they're not encumbered by December 31st, 2024, that money goes back to the federal government. Does that make sense? So Delegate James, that's under one project. And then we have underneath NTUA last mile, you have a steamboat project. This is under broadband, $155,221. We then have underneath drinking water, Contract C015905, Ganado, you have 240,000, Jedito, 240,000, Kinchachi, 240,000, Steamboat, $240,000. So you have almost $1 million in clean water projects that are already contracted with NTUA for your communities. Then when you go into, the next one is community projects. Cornfields Power Line, Phase 4, $338,553.50. Steamboat Power Line, $772,413.93. That's $1 million that's already contracted for your communities. Underneath the line extension, power lines, you then have an additional Ganado, $3,420,726. Kinchachi, $1 million. So you have $4.4 million in power lines that are already contracted for your communities. Then when you go into drinking water, you have Ganado, 1,140,000, Jedito, 600,000, Kinchachi, 1,260,000, Steamboat, 960,000. So you have a little over $3 million that's already contracted. These monies are protected until 2026 when they get into the contract stage. Then you have cistern projects. You have Ganado, 300,000, Jedito, 60,000, they put Noslini underneath yours. Burnside, 60,000, Kinchachi, 120,000, Steamboat, 240,000. So you have almost another $1 million that's contracted there for projects that are already in contract. So that's why I sent you these ones. I had hoped to make sure that they all align and have it available, but this is part of what I mean when I say we need to reconcile the money that's sitting underneath ARPA versus what's sitting underneath CIHSN versus what's sitting underneath the permanent trust fund versus what's sitting underneath other allocations that are out there. Council and the administration needs to get a hold of what money we have sitting out there for all capital projects. Does that make sense? So what I'm finding is that some of these that are funded for NTUA were also already funded underneath CIHSN. Some of the projects that were already that you're funding, you gave in environmental health IHS money to expand their SDS lists. A basic budget that, and here on that side, they have over $500 million that they got, but you gave the Navajo Nation money to them to do what they're doing. The part that I have a concern on with SDS is there really is no performance criteria. I don't mean to pick on the chapters, but remember how chapters get automatic carryovers for their funding? SDS, from what I understand, has that same process. Their money carries forward automatically every year, so there's no incentive for them to get those projects done. Does that make sense? So you've taken money from your side, given it to them when they have more than enough money on their side to do it. The other one is we have to reconcile the expenses with NTUA because you also gave money to NTUA underneath CIHSN. And one of those actually has a language where they're supposed to start paying back to the Navajo Nation in May of next year. So all this money, but we don't have a clear understanding of where everything is together. So you as council, president across the street, can make an informed decision of this is where we are with all the money. All the issues that you are raising about why can't you get this ARPA stuff through is the exact same issues that you face with the money that you allocated for permanent trust fund, for CIHSN, UUFB, all these other pots of money. We have to establish one system because if we can fix it for one, it'll fix it for all of them all together at the same time. So I just wanted to make sure, because you said you were leaving, I said, you already have these under contract. These are good till 2026, all right? So going back to the questions. If anybody else wants one of these binders, I'm an old guy. I still work with papers, but I remember the last time you guys warned me, don't make these binders, just email it to us. If you want the paper one, email me and I will have our team make copies for you. If you also want the legislation ones, copied and printed for you, let me know and I will get all of them put together in one binder. Yes, I hear you. So we'll put all of those ones together, okay? So if you want it in paper, I worked here for 8 years. When I used to sit up there where Julissa sitting, when I take notes by handwritten, I can recall the conversation. I cannot do that with the digital copies. So when we used to sit there, remember when I would take notes and then we would talk about it later, I could recall the conversation. I cannot do it digitally. That's why I have to work with papers. So all of my scribble that I take, I save all of those as a reference later on. So if you want a binder, please let me know and we're more than happy to get those to you. And then Delegate Charles Newton, her question on ARPA positions, federal wages. When the federal government gave the money to the tribe, was it with the understanding that it was a government to government transition, so the tribe's rules apply. There's also been questions on, does the Bacon Davis Act money apply? And the answer is no, because this is tribal, it's a tribal program. Tribal's allocating it out. I did a little bit of research on it. If the Navajo Nation wants to introduce their own Davis-Bacon wages to apply to Navajo Nation projects, that will need a legislation to enact it to create, in essence, a Navajo Nation Bacon Davis law. So that's in your hands. But everything that's there, when the tribe gets it, we follow the tribe's procedure, that we also follow the tribe's allocation for the pay that goes with them. Underneath the unspent funds, if you go to the binder that I sent you, tab 3, and you go to page 11 of 12, this is the summary of the second one, the blue one. The ARPA allocation was $2,079,461,463.61. What has been expended and encumbered? Remember, the key word here is encumbered. We have met the obligation of December 31st, 2021. As of December 1st, 2023, that dollar amount is $1,162,839.320.94. That's 55.9% of the $2 billion. So remember we were saying 12% something, tab 3, page 11 of 12. So we're at 55.9%. So when we say those aren't being spent, that's why it's very important that you understand that when those get to encumbrances, that gives us that additional time to 2026. So that number is very important. And if you want what has already been paid out up to this point, as of December 1st, 2021, $791,258,091.24. 38.1% of that has already been paid out, actual checks that have left the Navajo Nation. So when you look at it, that's why it's important. When I attach the NTUA report, the majority of that encumbrances are the NTUA projects and the $150 million that was given to NECA. So that's why it's important to understand those ones, okay? So that's on the encumbrance portion of it. I agree with you that streamlining is a challenge. The way I put it is, the ARPA money was in addition to, remember it's sometimes too good to have too much of a good thing. We had a good thing when we had the citizen money. We had a good thing when we had the permanent trust money. But now when we got the ARPA money, we got 3 goods at the same time, but no increase in people to manage those projects. One of the things that I've learned since November 1st of 2021, working in this position, is we need to make a shift in how we project manage. Rather than just giving Mr. Curley here $1 million and say,
Go build that warehouse over there, and then just leave. We need to say, Mr. Curley, we're gonna help you get your project together. We're gonna help you scope it out. We're gonna help make sure that you have project managers. You're gonna have engineers on there. We're gonna make sure that you get your contract out, that you have a contractor on there. While the contractors are doing that, we're gonna have people that are gonna come in and make sure that the contractor's work is being done. It's the same as just giving him that million versus actually providing him guidance to do it. Now, giving an example, yeah, he's a chapter coordinator, yeah. All based upon the without having him having any experience. I struggle with RFP request for proposals. I can talk and talk and talk, but if you ask me to be a technical person and put together an RFP, but yet we're expecting chapter manager here that has never worked on a construction project to do that. We're expecting the health person that their experience is in the field of health and telling them, go build a facility. That's where other organizations, other governmental units have a public works department. Nihija, the closest that we have to a public works department is within the plan of operation that all construction projects go to community development. But Mr. Mitchell, Division of Community Development is getting beat up today, but he also has to deal with the 110 chapters. He has to deal with all the money that's coming in from the state of New Mexico, all of that stuff. Public works, we squished it in there because we had no other place to put it. Does that make sense? So remember when you guys, the budget and finance, remember the question that came up? Why haven't the chapters got their money? So if Mr. Mitchell's over there, does he go work on the ARPA project? Or does he work over here to make sure the chapters got their money for fiscal year 2024? There's only a certain number of hours in the day for people to get those ones done. So that's the people that we're doing. It's kind of like you guys are delegates, yeah. And then all of a sudden they gave you a whole new, the reservation expanded. And then you got to cover all these other additional areas, but you didn't get any additional resources to do it. It's yes. But the people did that, not us. But that's kind of like the same thing. So it's a question of, the one that I always recall is like, we have too many jets but not enough pilots right now. We have all these resources to get it done, but not enough people to get what we need done. So that's on the unexpended, that's streamlining. The plan, design, and build, I believe, I may be wrong, Belzowski would be the best one to ask for that. There was revisions in the procurement, remember, that was updated. I believe that was addressed in there because that was one of the questions that came up. So you might want to double check with that. Don't say that he said it, but it might be included in there because that was a question that was floating around there. The project management, we really need to do something with it because if we don't fix it now, 15 years from now when somebody else is sitting here, they're going to say we didn't get this project done either again. So we somehow have to get a hold of how we manage these projects. One of the things that was really good was Delegate Charles Newton sponsored that legislation for the building codes, but we don't have other rules that apply to construction. When you look at the state side, when you look at how they work, remember how we're always comparing ourselves to the state of West Virginia? Remember when we do every proposal we write, we're the same size as the state of West Virginia. The state of West Virginia Department of Public Works, there are 115 public works departments in the state of West Virginia. Each department serving a population of 1.8 million people in an area of 24,000 square miles. There's a one public works per 122,456 people and one public works for every 1,602 miles. So when you look at that, the model that we're looking at, comparing ourselves to, that's how the state of West Virginia implements the public works. So they budget it. And so from the beginning, remember in your budget when you were doing the waivers, one of the things in there that you waived was the capital improvement plan. Yet we're doing all these capital projects without a capital improvement plan. One of the things I think that would be fascinating for the Navajo Nation to do is say, this is our capital plan. Instead of all just piecemealing it out and not having enough money to do all those projects at once. That's what a public works department will help you get control of. The other one is the ARPA project management. There isn't enough money for Mr. Mitchell to get all of what he wants done. The way I understand it is when you allocate a project for $100, you should allocate at least 12 to 15% additional money for project management of those. In this case, we just gave Mr. Curley the money to build it, but no money to project manage that from beginning to end, to make, from the day you break ground to the day that you do the dedication for that building. That's where project management comes in for all of these. The deadlines that need to be in place, right now, the big one that we're looking at is the one underneath CJY 4121. There are recommendations that are going to be coming forward from executive to legislative council on cleaning some of that up. When CJY 4121 went through, when you did CJ in 2922, some of those deadline things got overlapped, and you're applying different deadlines to a certified chapter, to a non-certified chapter, to a regular project that's out there. So all of those needs to be cleaned up. So when we did amendments, we didn't cross-reference against the original dates and then this one. So in some places, we have multiple deadlines underneath two different resolutions that are there. The May 2026 deadline for hardship, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Delegate Charles Newton, but May 2026 is going to be too late. Underneath the updated guidelines that we received from Treasury, we had an orientation 2.5 weeks ago. Once we pass January 1, 2025, you can't change your plans. You can't do a contract modification to that to increase it. You can do it with other funds, but you can't do it with the ARPA funds. There are going to be certain instances, say you contracted with a company, that company went out of business, and you still need to get the project done. There are going to be certain exemptions that are going to be coming out through the Treasury guidelines that will allow you to do that. But in May 2026, remember you put all that money in capital? When you get to that point, you can't move that money from capital into hardship. If you're going to do it, you're going to need to do it early, because you're going to have to come up with a process. The process that was used for the first disbursement was a carryover from the CARES one. Treasury guidelines now are going to require you to do certain steps beyond just automatically allocating it out. I believe Jay would be probably the best one to do that, is to explain that there has to be a demonstrated need for that hardship payment. What that CARES that yeah, in the census number, hold on, yeah. I don't know that one page, I didn't do that one. So I don't know about that one. But the second one, remember how you had to fill out a form and you had to do all that? There's going to have to be another process to do that. And you also have to make sure that those encumbrances are done by December 31st, 2024, if you're going to do it. And also remember, if you're going to do it, you're going to have to go through an eligibility determination for that to be attached to your legislation to enact that. And the other part of it is, when you do that, you're going to have to say, over here, does that make sense? So you created the rules to say eligibility determination before appropriation. Does that make sense? So if you're going to pursue that, then make sure you start on it early so that everything can be liquidated by December. You'll be giving a great Christmas present to people if you want to choose to do that route. All right? So that's that one. Now on Navajo nut spinning, we encumbrance is 55%, not 25%. How many projects have been started? I will get back with you on that. Lisa's section is getting really good at generating these reports, so I will commit to you to get those to you by next week. This week they're in training. We had scheduled that back in August, one of the things that we're doing as FRF is transitioning from administrative to project management. So all of our staff are at a project management certification training in Albuquerque today, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday. So when they come out of it, they're transitioning from being administrators of the fund to actually having a project management certification. So my crew is all over there. So I will get that to you next week. How many homes? Right now, the only one that I know of is Veterans Administration issued a contract to Southwest Indian Foundation for 20 homes. One of the criteria that President had assigned to us was that the cost per square footage stay under 200. And so the first batch that went through that didn't meet that criteria, there is a directive for us to issue a contract for additional homes underneath Southwest. Community development did go through a process where they RFQ'd it out, and then they pulled that. FRF is working with Veterans Administration to issue an RFQ out for the remainder of those ones. And then Sarah Slim with the Navajo Hopi Land Commission has decided to do her own RFP for her 15 million that's set up there. So that's where the housing projects are at. The deadline, again, the hard deadlines that you need to be aware of is encumbrance by December 31st, 2024, expenditure paid out by December 31st, 2026. So anything that you develop has to comply with those dates. So if you're gonna make changes, you gotta do it early enough that the money, remember how I gave you the example that delegates are like, that project was funded, I'm gonna take that out and put this in there? Just be aware that if you're gonna do that with the other expenditure plans, there's a process to take those out, particularly if they were contracted out. So say the contract was issued to a vendor and we gave him $100,000 for a project. And you say, no, we're gonna cut that budget from 100,000 to 50,000. There's a process for us to go through to get that done. So make sure that you make time for that. So we're gonna have to run another 164 through the process. We're gonna have to run another form through OMB to deobligate the funds from that account, then go through the process of setting up the ones for new. Remember, you can't deobligate it if the contract isn't done. Contract amendment has to be done first, then the amendment to the account, then the amendment to increase the other amounts and those with those. So all of these have a chain reaction of this happens over here, then this has to happen before you effectuate the intent of that change. I believe that's the language you use in your resolutions. So that's kind of what's happening. So if any changes happen, you need to do it early so that that can be completed. Then what is the process for establishing a business unit? Very good question. To establish a business unit, you have to go first through the appropriation process for step by step, slow down. I talk really fast, so I got to learn to say slow down. The step-by-step process for ARPA funding for setting up a business unit is first the eligibility determination. The eligibility determination then gets a legislation. Then the legislation goes through the 5-day comment period. Now, if it's we'll use that as a chapter, okay? And then it goes to Naa'bik'iyati, and then it gets approved. Once the resolution comes out, then FRF office works with OMB to set up the account and budget for 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then those packets are submitted along with the resolution and the expenditure plan to Office of Management and Budget. Then they set up the business unit. The business unit then has a transmittal letter saying this is your K account number. Then after the K business transmittal letter is done, then you have to go through an expenditure authorization form that's filed with Office of the Controller. Once that's done and you have that on record, you can spend your money. So long story short, eligibility, appropriation, paperwork to get the business unit established with Office of Management and Budget, create a expenditure authorization sheet form, then you're able to spend those dollars. All right? Then Ganado, dump it all down. Okay. I gave you the numbers, sir, so you got it. And then your new ones are all on the website. One of the things that we're working on is when you click on the ARPA site now, all of the projects, whether they're your chapter projects or they're other project, broadband projects, or Into A projects or water projects, all of those are going to be on your website, hopefully by the time that you guys go into winter session, so that you can access all of that information. Everything, the reporting system that I'll be giving you guys later will have all of the transmittals on one page and all of the contracts associated with that K account available so that the public is aware of what's going on. Then the public will also be able to see the recipient report, the administrative oversight report, the 3 reports from the ARPA office, and then the report from the contractor if the contractor so elects to report in that system in there. And one of the things that we're going to have that system run is an analysis between the interpretation of the individual inputs. 2 areas that it'll be taking a look at: expenditure and percentage of the project done. So say the recipient is saying we're 40% done, but the administrative oversight says it's only 25% done. It'll trigger a report back to the FRF office that says the recipient is saying this percentage, the administrative oversight is sending this. Why are there 2 differing numbers? And the differentiation rate is going to be anything outside of 10%. Does that make sense? It's going to be done for the percentage of the project done and the percentage of the funds that are expended on that project that are in there. So 2 key factors we'll be taking a look at. Okay, the controller can speak for himself. Dr. Nez, the eligibility of roads, get the eligibility determination in. Get that done, and DOT can sign off on those for you. And then once those are done, the one thing that you should take a look at is tab 10. Tab 10 from what I emailed you. This is the, we are now at 41 pages. There's 803 eligibility determinations that have been done by Department of Justice. All of them are here in this attachment 10 to it. So that's where you can look up any type of those, I believe it's searchable. So you can look at the roads and find out how many roads he hits. If you have difficulty with it, shoot me an email and I'll just assign it to Lisa to get that information for you. All right, so that's on the roads. Underneath the subrecipient, there's a subrecipient report that's attached, that's underneath tab 3, no, tab 6. So that's a status report of all the subrecipient things. Dr. Nez, one of the things that we had issues with was for the data time was combining 2 different regions into one. And then the data time also had difficulty getting the insurance that would cover the requirement under risk management. They had to do that one. So data time had to go back to their board to change their insurance to meet the Navajo Nation's requirements. Once the board approved it and they made the changes and they resubmitted their insurance paperwork, that's when it got past risk management. So they had to work with them to work that one out. Sandstone, I believe, is still in review. Garcia is supposed to submit additional documents for it to get those ones done, okay? And then the ID, Sandstone data time. The other one you need to be aware of is there's a process for subrecipients for chapters and a process for subrecipients that are non-chapters. So there's 2 different processes that come up. So don't confuse the 2 that are there. So the process that we had to do for data time was similar to, but not exactly as the process that we would create for a chapter. One of the things that's interesting that came out of this is FRF had to create a risk assessment process, which was approved by DOJ, approved by OOC, approved by OMB, where the person that's going to apply it as a subrecipient goes through a questionnaire portion of it to make sure that there's nothing there that shouldn't be there, or the best that they can with the information that's available. So that risk assessment portion of it, I've never heard of it in the entire time that I've worked for the tribe. So that was a new process that was created to align with the subrecipient process for the ARPA funding. And then On average, money is being spent. I gave you those statistics. The 164 process on agent in one room, that would be a executive level. Shay, yeah, I'm a paper pusher. So it would need to be addressed to the office of the president, vice president. And from what I understand, the president's trying to set up a leadership meeting with you guys. And so that might be something that you might want to discuss with him at that time. And then the all-in-one room, I agree with that. The water project information I gave you, the reallocation, I believe I've covered. How much confidence do we have in DCD? DCDC can get it done with the support of enough resources to get their stuff done. The IDIQ contracts, I believe Mr. Mitchell emailed those out. The DOJ changes, there's going to be recommendations for those that the DOJ team and the executive office will be submitting over to Delegate Bob Arfa, went to Dana's shop to get those recommendations over to them. The chapter staff, again, I think we all agree that it depends on who you're lucky enough to get at the chapter. But one of the things that I really think the chapters don't get recognized is the creativity at the chapter level is way more than the Window Rock office. I worked in Window Rock most of my life, but when you look at the chapters and what they're able to get to do with the 2 people there and all of the stuff that they get done, they really need to be recognized for this. But it's a big, hard shift for them to go from working with general funds to working with federal dollars. Even processing a PO is different underneath the federal side of it because you have additional steps that are created because you have to, everything has to be routed through Office of the Controller, Contract Accounting Section, ARPA unit. So those are additional steps that are involved in there. The $8 million, I believe we covered that one. Anticipation for payout by spring, we covered that one. Chapter expenditures. Okay, chapter expenditures. If you look at the appendix that we sent you on to see, that gives you the total. There's 311 business units set up as of December 1st, 2021. And the expenditure as of right now is authorized is $136,612,001.71. Actual expenses is $4,716,140.65. Encumbered is $3,630,234. So what that means is that there's $128,265,627.06 that have remaining balance of there's no activity on those ones. And right now the expenditure rate for chapters is 6.1%. So that'll take care of the chapter ones. And I believe those are the questions. Did I miss anything?
Thank you, Tom. I believe you got all of my checklists. But we can move over first to DCD first, and then we'll go over to DOJ. Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Shanantai. Speaker, Ado Kwagi, Shanantai, no Shani Kwagi. Kishkana Huidnagi. Mr. Patero did a great job explaining a lot of these questions that posed to ARPA. Though, you know, he has a good reporting system. It's on the website. They update it on the 1st of each month, then on the 15th of each month. It'll tell you all the expenditures. Do hanela eya 2020 and any other bit of a, so he has a good reporting system. Though at community development, we want to reinstitute. I think that was one of the questions that came up. Is that the where's the contract? Where's the 164? We previously had a SAS tracker, but now they changed the name to 164. And ADG reinstitute. No, that way the public anybody can track those 164 document. Although the other one is project tracker. Where is the project at? You know, a lot of times we get calls, we get meetings. It's a project. You know, that takes a lot of our time too. Because even on Nishan, you know, we're sitting in a meeting. I think that's one of the key problems. One of the challenges is that on Nishan, you know, usually our staff is in a meeting, doing the same presentation. I think that's one of the challenges that we have, is that, you know, meetings and all that. That way, if it's on the system, people can just log on and see where their document is at in the process. Although let me go back to Ms. Newton's question, a couple of questions that wasn't answered. One at the streamline that we sort of worked on and we sort of got stuck on it is the budget transfer. The budget transfer, I believe where we got stuck is that we wanted sort of further streamline the process, but according to budget instruction manual that was approved, it asks us for a few more steps. So that's probably one area that we can work on. Although the other one, where you stated that, you know, if there's a before construction design and everything, that's another process that we have to go through. I think we can do a design bill, CMAR, so construction manager at risk, where they can design and then construct at the same time. So that's another process that number of years ago was put in place. That way you don't have to go through all this bidding stuff, all the other stuff. So ADG. Although the other one, the deadlines. We didn't have a deadline on the 24 region project. It just says that there was a deadline in the September. September 2024, you have to obligate. No, and then December 2024 is the federal deadline. So when I came on board, I said we need to sort of shorten the process. Delegate Jesus, and then with other stakeholders, let's shorten the timeline. The IDIQ you know, what's the assessment out there? So when I do the report tomorrow or the next day on section 3, the deadline December 31st to finish an assessment. I know that some of the region probably won't meet that deadline if you haven't gotten your legislation in place, or if there's a change in your legislation, you probably won't meet that deadline. But we'll go ahead and work with each of those that haven't met the deadline. It's only administrative deadline that we put in place. The other deadline, January 31st, to get an expenditure plan together. The reason why we shorten these deadline is that delegates can have enough time. You'll have enough time to meet the legislative deadline that was put in place, to move your monies around or add more monies or make changes. So we make these deadline. So also we gave a letter to the IDIQ, and we gave them a deadline of December 13. Give us a report on where you're at on these assessment. I know that some of the chapters, like Delegate James said, some of the chapters did their assessment already. ita e sesadalia. So, those are probably well ahead of others. So, timeline, although to partner with non-profit in the one of the recommendations that I've always stated, and if we're going to amend Title 26, we need to incorporate non-profit in there too. That way, they can work with non-profit. There's a lot of non-profit programs out there that that we can partner with. The other one, hardship budget, the other one that that is another criteria is to show a need rather than just having a census number. One thing that personally I thought about is student loan. We're getting like my daughter, she's getting a lot of money deducted. Once you leave school, you start paying back on student loan. It's a need. It's a need. So that's one of my recommendation is rather than just give it to anybody, student loan. I'm pretty sure that once they leave school, once they get a job, they're stuck with that student loan. They have to pay back. The other one, Mr. Naz, we did state that one firm wasn't submitting any reports for reimbursement. There's a process in submitting reimbursement. Some of the IDIQ, I thought they submitted for services. There was one firm that hasn't submit reimbursement yet. Mr. James, I do agree. A project, a big project like a power line, a water line, shouldn't stop at a chapter border. If you want to go into Flagato, Greasewood, that's a regional project. I think that's where, working with each delegate, making sure that delegate also adds some money to that project might be very helpful. Because if it stops at cornfields, that's probably cornfield. If you want to extend it to Flagato, we need to work with Flagato to add money to that project. I'm all for it. Getting monies. It's probably just a money issue. It's not a legislation issue, just a money issue. Though the other one, Katigi were on work order 1 for the IDIQ, which that contract stated that do an assessment, do the meetings, site meetings with the chapter, do an assessment, do an expenditure report. So the next phase again will be work order 2. So if your chapter is already past the assessment, you have a work order, you have the expenditure plan. We can work with those chapters for the next work order 2, which would be the design, engineering. So I have to work with Mr. Patero to get additional money for that service, because these 4 IDIQ, they're professional. They some of them are engineers and all that. So that'll be the next phase. Work order 3, that'll be the construction. There'll be construction, and what I stated too recently is that when these numbers were put together a couple of years ago, a year and a half ago, the project, 100,000, but but yet they didn't include all the design, the engineering to that money. So 800 construction but there was really not enough money to put into engineering. Just the same way as the state of New Mexico does. They'll give you the money, but without a lot of these extra pre-procurement stuff that needs to happen. So that's where I think the contingency fund, creating a contingency fund, how do we do that? How do we spread that contingency money around might be another area of discussion for this body here. Although Mr. Patero thought he covered it, the CIP plan, that was probably one thing when I went to community development on October the 9th. And so I said one thing that would have avoided all this is that if we had a CIP plan, we could have had all these plans, prioritized plan. I don't all these it would have been very easy. Also, the other one, which I tell the chapter Eastern Agency Council Saturday, and I said if we all had an updated land use plan, it would have been very easy to implement some of these projects. Because in a community land use plan, you identify where your facility is going to be at, although you engineer or whatever also on that plan. So that's one of the recommendations that I gave to the state of New Mexico last week when I presented to them. I said, if chapter comes before you, make sure that there's a pre-procurement checkoff list, that there's some clearances, there's all these pre-construction that needs to happen before you give them money. The second one is making sure that there, a good land use plan. That way, whatever that they whatever that they're asking for has a plan. So that was one of the recommendations that I gave to the state of New Mexico. So if we had a good CIP plan, it would have been very helpful. So what I told CPMD is that according to the CIP plan timeline, Ms. Crowdy could email. So in that plan, according to the timeline, we should be working on inventory of all the facilities. The condition of all these facilities. To me, that will be a major task, because we have a lot of facilities in the Alta. How's the condition of all these facilities? The second one, which is due at the end of January, according to the CIP plan, is to do a project status report. All the projects that we have, SEHASEN, UUFB, all the state projects, and then also the ARPA projects. Just the New Mexico state projects alone, we have 311 projects. Because if you add in the SEHASEN, that's and probably another close to 200. So we're easily topping like 700 projects. Although Mr. Patera will cover it, we really need to give our staff some professional development, project management, and all that. Even a front office worker in the Alta, we need to put some resources for professional development. So our training, a lot of times, but we need to develop our workforce. So it'll make it a lot easier working together and all that. So ede yakado whatever Tom didn't answer, gishin kodo banasas neto. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. DOJ, then there were several recommendations that were made, colleagues. DOJ, to some of the questions that Mr. Platero, Mr. Mitchell needed some more clarification on.
Okay, Madam Chair, though, members of Naa'bik'iyati committee. I also think Tom did a real good job. He's deep in the weeds every day, in and out, ARPA. Just for your information, DOJ, when we received this agenda on this work session, we put together a team of various attorneys to present various parts of the agenda. So even if I don't have, for example, recommendations for amendments, we do have a team that focused on that. I was a part of that team, and I know the amendments I contributed to. However, I felt like as an organized way of presenting, I wanted to allow my colleagues who was assigned to make that presentation, and I think it's further down on the agenda, and I think it might maybe happen Wednesday, Thursday, or just towards the end of the agenda. So I just wanted to make that known, and also with regards to the questions, Dr. Nez, you asked, is the SRA, is it clean? You know, is there clean direction? And, you know, I think the way I would respond to that is, you know, I think we're getting there. You know, in terms of, you know, it's not just us making changes, we're also reacting to what the federal government is doing. And so once we get more clarifications and once we can add and make those clarifications known in these subrecipient agreements, I think that's what's contributing to the frustration, because we're not the only ones who make, you know, we're not the contributors to those changes. And, you know, I wanted to give it an example. And my example, I'm going to preface that by saying that, you know, when you're, as a DOJ attorney, each one of us has different advocacy positions. And so obviously for the chapter unit, I advocate a lot for maybe what chapters want, which may not be what Window wants. So that, so my point is that I don't want to make it sound like DOJ gets in a room and we all agree automatically how everything's going to go. Just like this body doesn't always agree with one another. There's never a 100% consensus. And so when we're working out those details, you know, should certain provisions like subrecipient agreements go into the ones that are chapter specific, we will have our disagreements. One of them is the indemnification clause that's in the chapter subrecipient agreements, which I advocated to take out. You know, if legally, if you look at what indemnification means, it's one party saying, if you get sued, I will cover your back. You're not going to be responsible for that. So when you have an agreement like that between a chapter and the Window, you know, how does that work out when all of us are covered under one insurance program? It just doesn't make legal sense. And so some of these legal anomalies and, inconsistent provisions which may not be there, sometimes we say, well, since we're never going to effectuate that term, maybe we just leave it anyway, because we do want indemnification clauses for outside entities who are a part of the subrecipient process. We don't want to make we don't want to make these changes, too drastic between the two, the different entities. And so I just want to make that, make that clarifications regarding, is the subrecipient agreement process clean? And I have other colleagues that can also speak to that when they're up here presenting. And then the other thing was I wanted to talk about was the comment about the many years of experience, but we have no recommendations, was a thought. And it's because of our experience that we do make recommendations. I know that the IDIQ contract was, looked at negatively by some, but if you really look at the background, do we want 700 different procurements? Do we want to do that for all of these different projects? In terms of the 564 chapter projects, do we want 564 different procurements? Do we want to go through that process? Who's going to pay for those advertisements for procurements that exceed the $50,000 or the $100,000 projects? Who's going to pay for all of that? And who's going to administer all of the different procurement procedures that we have in place? Whereas an IDIQ, what that acronym means is indefinite quantity, what was it, Lorenzo? Do you remember? It's an indefinite quantity project contract, basically. So you only have one procurement. And so you don't have to deal with multiple different types of procurements, so you don't have to waste time doing that. Now, maybe it was just an idea that we implemented. If the majority of leadership says, well, that's not working, let's get rid of it, then we'll look at that. If there's a decision made by this body and leadership, that's something we're willing to look at. But it's because of our experience. Another example is, one of the former specialties I had was construction agreements, which, and I did give a presentation to Delacrati's district not too long ago about how do you plan a construction contract or a construction project? Is it architect driven? Is it engineer driven? Do you want design, bid, build, design, build? Because all of these different relationships require a specific type of contract. And all of these contracts are different and unique. And how do you accommodate for all of the Navajo Nation legal requirements, so like no waiver of sovereign immunity? How do you incorporate all of those things? And who has the expertise for project management? And a lot of times when I used to be an attorney who would advise the old design and engineering services program under DCD. That's why I know a lot about this. So if if that's the case, then maybe some of these, we do have to look outside the box. IDIQ was one of those things of trying to use our experiences to hopefully get the benefits out to the communities faster, quicker. So it's not like we want to make barriers. We're trying to follow federal and Navajo Nation legal requirements. And so, you know, work sessions like this, trying to identify some of the, I guess, impediments, whether that be technical or legal. You know, that's the purposes of a session like this, to try to gather additional ideas, see the problems, because, you know, we do hear it at the agency council level, and also at the, here at the council level. So it's not like we're ignoring, but we are trying to, again, try to be innovative, because we also don't want to send a single penny back to the federal government. At the same time, we also want to make sure that we're within our legal, within, I guess, our legal authorization in order to spend all of the money appropriately. And then just point on what Delegate James, you made a comment about maybe all I have noted here is stress. You know, in all my years of experience, you know, ARPA has got, you know, provided a lot of work, workload, additional workload. And I've never been more stressed in my legal career. So, you know, it's just maybe acknowledging that it's not just you, it's impacting all of us. And just be mindful of that, because, you know, it is very stressful. We do, I'm from here. So, you know, I drive an hour and a half to work every day, and I'm thinking about my people. You know, I don't want them living in those shacks. You know, when your cell phone signal goes out, you know, you want those benefits of 5G when you go to Phoenix or Albuquerque, and they have that when we don't. So, you know, I'm an attorney for the Navajo Nation, but I'm also a resident. And so I look at it that way too. So let's work together. Let's work together to try to figure out some of these issues. And I'll defer a lot of my, the questions that have been asked so far to some of my other colleagues that are going to be here. And we're going to be answering a lot of questions. And like I said, I'm part of the DOJ team that focuses on the chapter issues. I have Lorenzo Curley here. He's one of my staff members, and he's my point person for chapter initial eligibility determinations. And so that's why he's here to ask any specific question, answer any specific questions. And so, you know, that, you know, we try to organize in a way that would facilitate the completion of ARPA. And so if we need to change something, that's what we're here for, to try to work out some of those issues and hear the comments. And, you know, we accept some of those comments and say, you know, and we try to address, you know, not long ago, Shanada, he said, DOJ must not long, and so it was like, okay, but now there's complaints about DOJ saying this and that. So we're either sleeping or we're not sleeping. There's no in between. And so there's, you know, it's damned if we do, damned if we don't, in terms of getting criticism as a department. But rest assured that all of my colleagues are here for the Navajo people, and if we can help in any way with now her leadership trying to spend every single red penny by the applicable due dates, then that's what we're here for. So I don't know if Mr. Curley, he hasn't said anything so far, so I don't know if he wanted to say a few words. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Although I do want to have a few comments to make. First, what I want to touch on what my colleague Mr. Begay said about, he's from here and these are his projects as well. And as far as projects from my communities that I always once in your seat, I was delegate for several years, and some of the projects that we're continuing to work are projects that I inherited, and they've been ongoing for many years. And they were my projects, and some of them are long-standing projects. It takes that long, particularly water line, sanitary projects. They take a long time. Power lines, they take a long time. And so these are projects that are carried over from one delegate to the next, and some of these projects I do see in our listing. I'll call about the case. So when I think about it, I like to, I take this to heart that I want to see these projects succeed. I don't want to see these monies go back to the Treasury, and we want to see the process improve so that these monies can be spent. When I first learned about these monies coming to Navajo, there was a lot of discussions about water line and electricity, which is part of the eligibility. I think Tom here described how some of those monies, how these projects are set over to NTUA and NECA, and that the process is working. Those processes to build these bathroom additions, these processes to put in the water lines and the electricity lines, those are working, and these monies are obligated. But the questions that I heard today has to do with purchases or projects that the chapters want to do themselves. Like wiring, roofing, house improvements. Those take time. It has to be planned out. Based on my experience, those have to be planned out. You have to work together at the chapter with your chapter staff and your chapter officials. And that could be the most hardest thing that you do, because working with the chapters is a challenge. I went through that. So if you don't see your projects progressing satisfactorily, maybe there's something going on at the chapter level, why these projects are not moving. So that's based on my experience. I've learned that. So you got to work extra closely with your staff, with your administration, and your officials to make these projects work. What I see are purchases anything to do with government services, those will be approved, yeah. Eligibility determination. The Treasury says it's really flexible under that category. So any projects that have to do with providing government services, that will more likely than not be approved. So I've only seen one project sent back, and that was because there was no information about how the money was going to be spent. Yeah, so, and so that project was sent back. So of all the 800 projects that have come across Department of Justice, I've seen only one go back, and it was because of lack of information. Yeah, so I think we're doing a good job in terms of providing the information for the eligibility determination. Once we get that, we send it through, and it moves forward. Yeah. And some goes to the DCD, and then others go back to the chapters so they can make a decision whether they want to go sub-recipient agreement. I think that's flexible too. Alcohol, AA, I believe that that process, you got to be on top of it. Chapter staff have to be on top of it in order to get these projects moving over here in Window Rock. So I think the process will work, and it's flexible, and it just needs some of your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curley. Colleagues, we went into extensively of talking about number 4, review resolutions. We do have an agenda here. We went over A, B, and partially of C. So CJY 41-21. So there was a few questions on eligibility determinations and the need for certain amendments to stay in line with the Treasury's guidelines. And we also got some, the expenditure rate from Mr. Patero. And so we did get a lot of information this morning. So colleagues, if you're comfortable, we can keep moving forward, and we can go to CJY 41-21 I, Section 3, the establishment of FRF. So I know there were several recommendations earlier this morning too that if there needs to be a little bit more weight given to FRF to help with a lot of these projects. So I know that's one recommendation I heard earlier this morning is it okay if Tom's shop here could also help with some of the project managements? And he did share that some of his staff is currently at project management training. So that there's one avenue there, colleagues, but I'll give back the floor to Fiscal Recovery Office, and just for the record as well, I'll be departing at 2. If you want to as well, we can also recess for the day, and a pro temp for the following week will be with Chair Parrish, who also has extensive knowledge, and we brought this agenda together before you to put in on some of the key points. So I'll be going to Department of the Interior stack meeting it started actually today, but I'll also be stepping in for President for tomorrow and throughout the week. But I'll leave that discretion up to you, colleagues. If you feel like today was enough or you want to keep going. I see one in queue, but I'll give the floor over to Chair Parrish to give her some of her thoughts, or do you want to save your questions, Chair Parrish?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Curley. I will save my questions for today.
Okay, colleagues, if you're okay with that, we can recess for today. And tomorrow, the venue will change for the work session. I know we had electrical problems here in the chambers, and our heaters are not working. So just to that cause for our staff and for our presenters, our visitors, our work session will be moved over to NDOT's conference room starting tomorrow. So in the large conference room in the back. So it's more be like a roundtable discussion as well. So it'll be bring your notes, bring your suggestions. Also, if you do have questions on your chapter projects tomorrow, during that time, Mr. Mitchell will be, it looks like we'll go straight into, first, you'll start off tomorrow with section 5. So that's the reimbursement, CHSN and UUFB, and also the CARES defunded projects. Those are just clarification on where the reimbursement processes are at, and some of the clarification on the balances that needs to be addressed before council. So those will just be a quick overview of where everything is at. And section 11 is more the same with section 3. And section 13 is directives. So these are some of the directives, and OLC will be able to help us as well, and OLS on this portion. I know there were several directions that were passed at standing committees, and so giving us an update on where the divisions and also the programs are at with those ARPA directives. So we'll be doing that tomorrow. And then hardship, that will be an updated report from the controller and vital records. And towards the end of the agenda for tomorrow will be section 3. So that's the chapter and regional project expenditure plans. So if you have any questions on all the things that were, other than the things that were brought up today in regards to the IDIQ firms, what are the differences between the non-certified and chapters? And I know there's an upcoming discussion on that certified chapters are only getting 50% of the money as well. So those are the types of questions that you can jot down for tomorrow. It's just reflecting on what you're experiencing at your own chapters in your own region. So that'll be the time to answer those questions as well. So Mr. Mitchell, it will be part 2 tomorrow. With that, colleagues, I don't see no other objections, and we will recess for day 2 tomorrow at 1:56 p.m.